Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on where you are in the world. Thank you so much for joining me today for the stream. It's good to see you all. I see we have a Nip and we have a Q. Who else do we have with us right now? Just you two. Good to see you both. Good time zones to you too, Frank. We won't spend a whole lot of time just chit-chatting here because I'm very eager to get started on things today. Hello, Foe. It's good to see you as well. Obviously, we've got some big news today with Poppy Playtime Chapter 4 dropping today. I have not watched anyone else play it, and I'm not going to watch anyone else play it because I want to do a totally blind playthrough on this weekend with you guys. Stumped on what to draw. Brain fart. Sent you the stuff that you need for the Poyomi as well. Yes, I did see that. Thank you very much. I'm going to play around with that as soon as I port him over to Unity and make sure that he is still working with everything that I have fixed up. Hey, bitch! But yes, everything that I made a list of that was kind of broken on him before I have fixed. And if Nep's done, then what are we doing over 3D Thursday? He is not done. We are hoping to finish him up today, maybe. At least in terms of the last little details before he gets all of his Unity work. I did do one test upload through Unity and found a couple of rogue verts with missing weight painting, a couple of clipping areas. What else was there? Oh, a couple of flip normals. So all those things have been tested so far, but I do want to do another test just to be totally sure that everything has been fixed. Nothing new has been added to the mess. But today's primary focus is going to be on adding his lip sync and his expressions. Once that's done, we may end up having a little extra time to move over and do some Unity work, which will be new for all of us, because I don't actually know how to stream Unity's screen without sharing my entire screen. Might just have no other choice but to do it that way, but we will see. I have not had a chance to mess around with Poyomi that much, but I have got the latest version downloaded, so we can play around with that some. But I don't anticipate us getting that far today. That's very hopeful thinking. But hopeful is good. So I did go over and find that there was one new issue that had popped up with him today as I was setting up the thumbnail for the stream. When I had fixed up his shoulder pauldron piece, which I would like to show you what I did for that. We'll do that in just a second. But when I did that, it ended up overspilling his weight painting on his robot arm. So that got a little bit messed up, but thankfully right before stream here, I had just enough time to fix it. So without waiting too much longer, let's just go ahead and move on over. Get the full use out of our time today. I feel like I've missed the last few 3D streams, excited to see how Nep looks. I'm hoping that he is going to meet your expectations. I'll make myself a little smaller here. Alrighty. So here's our boy. He is all cleaned up now. All of his all of his texture seams should be fully blended. If you find any that are not when you're wearing him later on, let me know. I will try my best to fix them. If you have Substance Painter, you are more than welcome to try it yourself. But I don't want you to feel obligated to have to fix anything yourself. Of course, we've got our texture for the jacket fully done. He's nice and crisp and clean. We take the jacket off. We've got our skrunked body below. Let's unskrunk that real quick. So the issue that I was having was his arm is all ball jointed for the most part. And the problem I had was that when I re-weight painted this shoulder piece, I accidentally had the forearm overspill into, the bicep overspill into the forearm. But because it's weight painted segmentally, which I don't even know if that's a word, but it works in this case. You can see now I've cleaned all that off that was the missing bits here. So this is the only parts that are attached to this part of the arm. And the rest should all be ball jointed for the rest of the way down, depending on which joint that we are talking about. So no more weird issues with that. And it was causing him to have, like, his whole arm would pull. Like, if I moved this part of the arm whole arm would want to stay straight, and it would just, like, shrink a little. It was weird. Oh, hold on. My avatar is in the way of the chat. I can't read you guys. Clothes look so good with that texture. Thank you. Let me kiss him. Hey, what's up? Got a bargain today. 2-liter bottle of Diet Coke and a 1.5-liter bottle of Fanta without the added chemicals y'all Americans got in it for only £1. That's a hell of a good deal. I'm gonna pull on those ears like Laffy Taffy. Oh yeah, we're gonna make them stretch real far. Didn't get substance, ended up getting 50/80 instead. The scalpers are insane. I don't know what 50/80 is. I'll have to look into it. Running out of it is what it is about you all. Mood. That's why we're just going to take every day one step at a time. Oh, it's a graphics card. Oh, okay. So I did add, for when he's wearing things, I shrunk his arm nub a little bit. So when he's posed in certain positions, you'll still see, let's move his arms and shoulder forward. So when you move your arms fully forward, there will be some moments where you may get a glimpse of flesh in there. But because it was causing some clipping on the outside of the shoulder, I shrunk it down so that hopefully it won't ever really show and it won't break the illusion that he is, you know, wearing a torn up arm sleeve here. Is that Steven Universe Lo-Fi? Yes, it was. To be fair, human arms are weird. I mean, you put your arms up against a wall and then spin one other arm around, it will end up shorter than the other. It's the range of movement I look to go for on stuff like that. Yes, and I actually have somebody with full body who has been testing it for me so that we can find all of the weird weight painting issues and clipping issues that you would most likely run into with your renders and animations, and if you do get full body later on down the line. I'm doing my best to provide quality. I think it was more so... Honestly, no, it doesn't show at all with this. So you can go in if you want, once he is fully set up, and change that yourself if you like. This is for the whole outfit shrink. This is no jacket. There we go. So this is how it will look more with this toggle. You'll see a little bit of that flesh, but... And we can do either one. The whole outfit will take that away entirely, so you won't have to have any clipping really, and then the other one will have just a little bit of his nub showing so you can see some flesh. Right now his current model, it clips hard, especially on his jacket, so this is sorely appreciated. If you don't believe me, you can try it right now. Oh, I'm already nestled away in my comfort spot, so I'm gonna take your word for it. I'm looking to invest in full body down the line. The graphics card will really help with that. Hell fucking yeah! Soon enough, you will be fully digital. Oh, and the shoulder pauldron piece. I wanted to show you what I did here. Can we unpose you, bud? There we go. Okay. So I added 2 extra bones, and this was fully experimental. But the issue that I was having with this shoulder piece was that when this arm would move down, this shoulder piece would either completely move all the way down the arm, or it would stay pretty much entirely on top of the shoulder. And I could only get that to go away if I weight painted it a little bit differently, but when I did it that way, if he were to move his arms forward, the shoulder piece would just shrink inside. So I'm trying this new method that I came up with where it's almost like a pseudo constraint. You could have done this with a single bone for a constraint, but I wanted to try this to still keep it quest compatible. Actually, we can use constraints on quest now, so that kind of was unnecessary, but either way. These are like anchors for this piece. So this piece is weight painted the same way it was to the clavicle and to the upper arm, but they kind of keep this a little bit more anchored so that when the shoulder rotates, it's going to affect it a little bit differently. When the arm rotates, it's going to affect it a little bit differently because this anchor is also moving with us.
Thirst, feel free to pass out.
See what I mean? It kind of helps it regulate that shape a little better and just sort of not completely disappear. Like, this is still an uncomfortable warp, but it's really hard to avoid that with these kind of movements. So it tries to keep it as natural looking as it can. And I think it works pretty well, but if you end up having issues with it, let me know. Thank you for the hydrate and the boop cue. But yep, that's all I've added to it so far since the last time I think I showed you anything. And today we're going to go ahead and start chipping away at more of your expressions. I know I've asked you a dozen times what expressions that you wanted specifically, if any, for specific hand gestures. I'm going to go back and look at your messages for that, but for right now, what I want to do is work on just setting up his VISEMES and trying to set it up so that we can have just a variety of things to choose from for his expression. So giving him a smile, giving him closed eyes, giving him wider eyes, raised eyebrows, all those little generic things that you can later on combine to make your own expressions or more easily make all of the expressions. Just like with VISEMES, a lot of expressions can be made if you have one smile and one frown. And with the VISEMES themselves, different sounds and whatnot, you can just combine all that stuff with the shape keys and usually predominantly end up with most of your faces. That being said, let's get back to our body mesh and get to work on turning these drag queen eyelashes into slightly less drag eyelashes. One thing I do want to double check on, though, is for this first attempt at his blink, he ran into the same issue that a lot of the FNAF animatronics run into, where because his eye is an orb and his lids are going over this rounded surface, shape keys don't know how to take direction. So it doesn't know I have to go out over the eye first and then down closer to the lid. It doesn't really register that it needs to do that. So you can see now when it's closed, the eyeball itself I have pulled further into the skull just a little bit compared to when it is open. And if I do it slowly, you can see. But that's purely to keep it from clipping. At a distance, it's not something that's really noticeable. But I do want to play with this a little more to try and make it look a little bit more natural. Thankfully, his eyes are predominantly within his skull, and so we shouldn't have too many issues with it, more like the tiger bee, because his lids are so close together to begin with, it should be very natural looking in the end. And the way I'm going to remedy it a little bit, I've already started to, but I pulled this crease of the lid, I'm sorry, this is the crease, but this like in between of the lid out further, and this kind of helps encourage the lower layer of verts to stay a little further out when they become active. Oops. Another way to remedy it is to grab your lower lid. Honestly, I think we're going to detach these eyebrow or eyelashes for a little bit here. There's going to be a lot of back and forth. I've seen models that have the blinking caps, and it's a pain in the ass. Yeah. What did you think about the meme that I sent earlier in the meme chat? I tried to skim through everything a little bit earlier, but I've been doing a lot right before stream here, so let me go back and take a look. The one with Emily. Sorry, let me clear out the rest of these alerts for things here that we don't need. Yeah, all right. That's interesting. What happened over here? Did that happen since the last time that I saved? Let's find out. It did. Wonderful. It's okay. Nothing we can't fix. All better. Frog, what's a vert? A vert is an individual point of the mesh. So this little dot here, this is a vert, or a vertex. And then we have edges, which are all of these individual lines that make up the polygons. And then we have faces, which is the surface of the polygon itself. Thank you for asking. Got told off by my friend because of it. For context, they were asking what Nifty was doing. I responded, checking for holy cobwebs. All right, we're going to go ahead and hide the armature here. Now, I think the easiest way to shorten these is going to be to take the verts themselves and slide them closer, row by row, to the lid itself. So I'll start with these guys. One problem that I'm seeing with this is that because of the way that they're kind of twisted, it might cause a little bit of a problem with them stretching closer this direction. We'll find out when we get there. When it comes to doing shape keys, it's a lot of trial and error. So save frequently, save multiple copies. One of the first things that I was taught when I started learning Blender is to save a copy every single time you do something, quote unquote, destructive. And not destructive in the sense of, causing damage. Destructive in the sense of you are affecting the structure. Oh, wow. Hello, Moth. It's very good to see you. Hope you're doing good today. Oh, I'm dumb. I forgot to turn on mirroring again. So that was a fatal flaw. I don't think I can undo that enough to get to that point. So let's find out if I can. Nope. I'm going to reopen the file. So I have to fix that eyelid again, but that's no biggie. Actually, that gives me an excuse to save over so that I won't have to fix that eyeball again. So save now. It's fucking cold. It is colder today. How are you feeling today, Fig? I'm feeling pretty good, actually. I could get something from a piece of media with the caveat of it needing to be shown in the piece of media. What would it be? Not sure I fully understand the question. Then again, there aren't a lot of things that I want in life that I would need to keep, like, secret or anything. If it's weird, then I'm usually pretty excited to show it off. Rosie, hello. How are you doing, dear? And just to be fully sure, mirror mode is on this time. Yes, I can see things are moving on both sides. One small little tip I can pass along to you guys with Blender. If you're using mirror mode, which I'm using right now, you can't see it. Hold on. Can I scooch that down a little bit? I cannot. Well, there's a little butterfly up in the corner right above this, where my mouse is. There's an XYZ next to it. I have got the mirror on for that so that all of the verts that I'm using that are already mirrored will know that they should be doing the same exact movement on the other side. All of the money shown in Ocean 11. Next question. This means nothing to me. Me, not a creative. That's all right. Creative or not, we can always learn something. You never know when that weird fact that you picked up from someone is going to come in handy one day. Sitting here waiting to be noticed by cuties like you, I wish to give cuddles and head pats. Rosie. Oh, wasn't expecting a voice then. Rosie, are you going to be working on any kind of art today? Also, I apologize for biblically accurate NEP. That's going to be happening on and off throughout the stream. If you wanted something from a show, it must be visible within the show. For example, the Omnitrix from Ben 10. Oh, okay. Would Pokemon count? Because I feel like I would just want a Pokemon. A rag! It's date day with Victor. We've got gaming planned. Can definitely send stuff of mine if we draw. Okay. I would love to see. I hope that you have a great date day. I'm going to do my best today not to bombard people with my obsession with Poppy Playtime. That's my main goal today. I know I said that it's going to be making these expressions, but no. My main goal is to just like hold off on the hyperfocus because it's all I want to think about right now. It would have to be a Pokemon that you see getting caught in the show or coming out of a Pokeball. That TikTok spook scent is 1000% us, especially with Snoopy. use the best one as an example, I'd have to go with the Omnitrix, to be honest. It's just so versatile. Maybe Ultimatrix, if it had to be, or if I had to be more specific. Did they rename the Omnitrix when he added more aliens to it? I liked Ben 10 a lot. I just didn't really keep up with the series like I probably should have after it started to expand. And then it kind of got into that weird realm of like, we're sort of rebooting it, but we're also budget cutting the fuck out of it. And now apparently one of the villains is Daft Punk, and I'm really confused. There's 3 different Omnitrixes he uses, and the Ultimatrix lets him, for lack of a better term, evolve some of his aliens. The feature is not carried on to his next Omnitrix, sadly. Not to be a huge dork. Oh no, huge dork is what we live for here. Huge dork is like my favorite. Listening to you guys talk about the things that you're fans of is what inspires me to become a fan of that thing. I'm not super savvy in all the different aliens that exist now, but I would love to hear everyone's favorite Ben 10 alien. I don't know a lot of the quote-unquote newer ones, but the only ones I really know are the original Ben 10 aliens. And Accelerate was really fucking cool in my opinion. What do I draw? Draw Ben 10 alien! For me, it would be the feminization drug from Onimai, simply because I want to be a girl and I also could synthesize the drug into a sellable product for trans femmes. Aw! I'm sure you're not the only one who would want that, and everyone could benefit from that situation. That is a win-win-win. All right, let's see if those lashes are any better in length. They're still a little bit long. Let's test them, make sure nothing's moving weird. Like that. Interesting. I don't know when that got moved. Accelerate sounds like someone's biased. Favorite alien's gotta be Water Hazard, water generation and manipulation crustacean guy that looks sick as hell, and I love him. Wait a minute, hold on. He had a bunch of other ones. What was the bug? Stink something, wasn't it? It was like a 4-eyed bug. That thing was pretty cool. And then I didn't like Ghostface, I think was it? Not Ghostface. Whatever the evil version of him was, though. Stinkfly. Yeah, Stinkfly was really cool. Ghost Freak, that's it. Ghost Freak's base form was kind of bland, but then when he got all like fucked up with the tentacles and shit, that was awesome. Wasn't his sister like half alien or something? I don't remember how they like wrapped that plot up. Close enough. Whose sister? Ben, from Ben 10. They, like, dropped a huge bomb on us at one point where Gwen... Was her name Gwen? I want to say it was Gwen. I could be mixing it up with all the Spider-Man shit that was out at the time. But yeah, they, like, decided to just be like, yeah, so you know how she's not had anything to do with aliens this whole time, and then you and Kevin are, like, the alien fighter dudes, and Grandpa's, like, the human, and then Gwen just kind of has no purpose other than being the girl character, because we have no other girl characters. Well, she's also an alien now. But she's an alien sorceress. Oh, she's his cousin. Okay. She's half alien, but Ben isn't, at least not in any tangible form. Weird stuff. I forgot how they justified that. Ben 10 really does feel a lot like the millennial version of the Transformers. Like, it's been through so many different phases and changes at this point. If you talk to anyone who was an original Transformers fan, I feel like it's the same level of whiplash of, like, which version are we talking about again? Okay, and then in this version of the story, who was related to who? Okay, and then they wrote this character out of this season, and then... And then there's always going to be those people who are like, I liked it before they changed this. It's never been the same since they added this. But then it's something really menial, like just the character of Kevin. Like, you don't understand. They needed 11. They needed someone to be the next 10, but bigger and antagonistic. And what's the Gen Z one? I feel like poor Gen Z has gotten shafted with a lot of their stuff, because they got, like, the shitty reboot version of a lot of things. They got the late-stage capitalist version of a lot of things, which is really heartbreaking. All right, those are a much more reasonable length, but I'm not super in love with the shape. Thinking long and hard and not coming up with anything. That's what I mean. Like, I really, like, I know poor Gen Z gets a lot of flack, but, like, I don't like shitting on people. They can't help when they were born. They can't help the fact that companies have completely disregarded any kind of quality content to deliver to the masses. And they might end up having a favorite of that bunch that I can't necessarily relate to because I'm older and grew up with a different level of quality of stuff. So I don't want to shit on the things that they might like. Just because I can't like it doesn't mean it deserves not to be liked. May or may not be Gen Z. Just an older middle Gen Z. That's all right, because I'm at the tail end of the millennials. Which is funny considering how much y'all call me a boomer.
We got a boomer!
It's all right. I embrace it. I'm so excited to be an old gamer one day. I'm gonna be like Tactical Grandma. Have you guys ever seen her? Oh, she's great. I don't know if she streams on just TikTok or where. Let me find her. Oh no, she's also on Twitch and YouTube. Here, I'll give her a shout out so you guys can go check her out. I fucking love this woman. She is my goal. As long as other people are still wanting to see me work on stuff and experience games with me, I'll be around. I love the time that I get to spend with you guys. It honestly does make working on stuff so much better. At least in terms of the time that I'm spending doing it. Quality-wise, still good. Just slow. A little bit slower than I would if I were on my own. But I'm also not getting hyper-focused and caught up in my own head and burning out on a project. Yeah, that's great. And I'll now play Undertale, you hack. Joke's on you, I played Undertale when it originally came out. And I was so emotionally connected to the characters that I refused to ever erase my game and start a new run. I'm playing Voices of the Void. Never played it? Oh, it's good. I honestly don't know how much it holds up now that like the story is kind of so well known at this point. And I also don't know how it compares to Deltarune. I have not played Deltarune. I played chapter 1 of Deltarune and that was it. Hold up. What is happening over there? You, my friend, are not where you're supposed to be. Yep, something got scattered. Don't like that. The hell? Seen Grandpa Gaming. He's a war veteran who plays games like Call of Duty, and he's really good with a sniper. Oh, that's really cool. I'm actually surprised to hear that. I would have imagined that something like that would end up being, like, triggering PTSD and whatnot. Puppies. Oh yeah, Chapter 3's been announced. Both it and Chapter 4 are guaranteed to come out this year. Chapter 3 and 4 of what? Where did you go? Let me get all of the uppies. And we've got Snake creeping, surely trying to jump scare me. Oh, of, shit. Deltarune, you mean? I know a Grandpa Gamer too. So if you've been paying attention, we've run into one of my most hated issues of all time when it comes to Blender. So I have some verts that have been reversed, meaning that whatever is mirrored on this side is not being mirrored on this side. But the verts that are not mirroring properly are still being moved every time that I move something. So now it's up to me to weed out which ones are broken. Because this is obviously incorrect. I think somebody got maybe detached somehow. Which one are you? You guys have been reversed, I think. Oh, you have. Okay. So that means we need to manually fix this. Okay, you've been disconnected. And we need to figure out why you aren't the right one. You should be connected to the edge of our seam. You should be our seam in the first place. So why aren't you? Why? What happened? Are you detached? Because I only hid one vert then, and several verts appear to be missing. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take the eyelashes. We're going to separate them from the body. That way I can completely turn the body off. Now I don't have to worry about having it in the way. Because now it's a matter of figuring out where each one is. Boing boing, it's Parcofagore. Excited over something so stupid. Yes, it's about the cards. Tell us about why you're excited over the cards, Tot. I would love to hear. What is going on with you? All right, I am turning off mirror mode. Because we need to figure out what the fuck is going on. What I do know is that these two should be the same vert, and I don't know why. They are not reading that way. So what I'm going to do is manually reconnect them. So I will copy my coordinates from one of them onto the other one. Yay! Hi, Snake. And for some reason...
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you for the reminder to save and the boop.
If you become lightheaded
And the
from
hydrate.
thirst, feel free to pass out.
I can't do the moi when I'm drinking. And a big stretch just in time. Oh,
Someone's salty.
not salty. Maybe a little sleepy. Let me go ahead and close my window now that it's dark out. No point in having that open. Would you rather drink a stale coffee that's got a film over it or eat a chocolate bar that has a 50-50 chance of being dipped in animal waste? Stale coffee, no question. Someone had an insert of for the ultra rare foil hotel card, which I happen to have a duplicate of, and they have a foil Val and Al's microphone for trade. Those two cards happen to be worth what my hotel card is, and they are down to trade. Hell yes! That's some awesome luck, Todd. I'm really excited for you. Okay. I need to figure out where the next two need to be because they are not matched up as far as I'm aware. That one is. That one is.
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you. All right, this is the one that is missing its coordinates with the other side. It's the one that's directly down from the point. U. So we need to copy your coordinates. Wait a minute. What? 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 Where did you come from? Who are you? What? You're the same one. Posture check. Thank you, Q. Bye, everyone. It's time for me to sleep. Get some good rest in you. You have earned it. America, explain. How did this happen? Your eyes are on the same part of the UV mesh, right? Your eyelashes. Okay. This may or may not help. Looks like ads are coming up in about a minute. Also sad because I saw a rumor of Hot Topics randomly having the card packs, and I can confirm as of today that ours does not. Aw. That doesn't surprise me. What if I just start hiding them one by one? You are two different things. How? What? Mm. All right, well, you're part of the problem then. This would be why I don't like doing blend shapes. All right, you two are the same now, so we can hide you. And where the fuck are you? That's your twin. You're done. Why do we have a floater? You're not even on the UV map. Who are you? You're part of this thing, though. What? Did I not just do this? Okay, I'm gonna make an executive decision here because this is stupid. I don't know how this happened or why, but it's getting too convoluted to want to fuck with now. So what I'm gonna do is make an executive decision and remove that. They just floated in from a different project. You prefer grandpa or grandthey? Honestly, anything works. It's really just a lot of, I don't know, I guess exclusively female titles that I'm not super thrilled with a lot of the time, and it's more of a societal reason than it is for a dysmorphia reason. Like, I will consider myself to be my pet's mother or father, just depending on what's funniest. And why do we have this going on too? Are there two verts in here? Something funky's going on in here. This is bad topology. What is going on? Grandingus. That's a new one. I like that one. All right, so that probably happened when I was trying to squish down the eyelash, because it was much longer going up the back of the eye here than it was in the front. Not the end of the world, though. I do want to make sure that this one is in a good spot before I mirror it again, though. Because when I do mirror it, it is going to mirror the shape keys as well. Now, that's not a native feature of Blender, by the way. I had to install a plugin that would let me have a piece be duplicated and with a mirror modifier, and then allow me to apply the modifier while maintaining the shape keys. Because for whatever reason, that is not built into Blender. So to do that, I believe I have to go into object mode, go to object, apply chosen modifiers, mirror, OK. So now it has reset on the basis shape key, which is when his eyes are open, and when I apply the shape key, it works both ways. And it has been remirrored, so this has saved me all the headache of having to try and reassign all those verts. I'm going to go ahead and save this as a copy, though, because I did do something destructive. If you are ever going to be getting into the hobby of working in Blender or anything like that, you will find that you have a huge multitude of copies for your projects. This is currently the 55th copy of NEP. And that's nowhere near as high as my highest projects have gotten. The last commission that I did went up to 33. And that was a chibi commission, so it was a much, much smaller, simpler design. So one of my heaviest models, I have 108. My sun and moon is currently up to 28. My first model ever was all the way up to 87. How many cats you got? I have 2 cats. I have an orange cat named Boko. He is a male. And I have a gray cat named Wolfie. She is a female. Boko we got at an adoption event at a shelter that I would pretty regularly volunteer at. And then Wolfie we kind of adopted by mistake. She was hanging out in an Arby's parking lot, desperately munching away at smashed French fries on the ground. I went in and I bought myself some chicken nuggets, and I said, "Come here, kitty," and I threw little pieces of chicken nugget at her until she let me get close enough to pick her up. And then I got in the car and realized how cross-eyed she is. And it was at that point that I fell in love head over heels and could not walk away from her. Was it the mesh of 87? You fucking stole her, you monster. I had permission from the Arby's employees. I brought her up to the drive-thru window and asked if they were aware that there was a kitten in their parking lot, and they said yes, and we were surprised that you managed to catch her. Apparently they had been trying to catch her for quite a while. They just needed to use the good shit. She is a woman of refined tastes. Feels so bad every time I spook Wolfie. Don't. Everything spooks Wolfie. Last night, the fucking goldfish spooked Wolfie. Cats who are cross-eyed are so fucking adorable. Cat used to hunt. No, she did not. That cat, I don't think Wolfie knows how to hunt. Poor thing's terrified of her own shadow. All right. So we fixed the basis a little bit. Oh. Sorry, it startled me because that's the first I've seen him with the eyelashes down and his eyes open, and he looked like a hockey player all of a sudden. All right, let me reattach these to the body. I want to see how it animates. That's what I was afraid of. So there is a part during the transition, right there, where it lifts away from the eye. That means that we have to change where it is in the final version, the final position. Get out of here, eyeball. I think the way I'm going to try and remedy this is I'm going to make this upper portion of the lid a little higher. Oh, we don't want proportional editing on. And what this should do, if I can get it to work right, will be lifting up the lash a little bit on this end to make it thicker. And that will hopefully allow it to move just enough as it needs to cover that gap. And let's see. Almost. Gotta move a little bit here. So I'll move it up a little bit more. Boyfriend has said it takes his snake 5 minutes just to work up the courage to eat, and and that he's probably inbred. I don't know how any of those motherfuckers ever lived in the wild. Yeah, snakes are, I don't understand people who have phobias of snakes if they've ever actually experienced a snake before. Because I have a pet snake. I have had a pet snake for almost 20 years now. He is ancient. And from the day I got him, which was the week that he hatched, he has never once been able to properly eat a mouse, let alone enthusiastically. The way that he approaches eating a mouse is the same way that I approach eating a salad. where it's just kind of reluctant. It's there. It's food. I'll eat it if I have to. But I'm not excited about it. I don't, like, get bouncy over a salad. The only fear I have of snakes is, like, if I see a random snake outside somewhere and can't identify it, and even then I have an understanding that if I just leave it alone, it will leave me alone. Why are we knocking on my people again? We're not knocking on your people. We're just kind of discussing how domestic snakes tend to just not be threatening. And that's not a bad thing. Frankly, they're kind of intimidating conceptually. The prospect of something that could suffocate you just by wrapping around you or biting you once is very intimidating. This is true. But when you watch a snake and see that it takes them 5 or 6 tries to even come close to striking an inanimate object that has not moved. Sometimes. What happened here? What? How did you move? You shouldn't have moved. Are you moved on both of them? You are. Well, as long as you're moved evenly. Domestic is way different just from a general snake standpoint. Yeah. Taps his tail while glaring at the burb. Listen, I have spoiled my snake. You as well. He has had a wonderful life in the lap of luxury. Dude hasn't had to lift a fucking tailbone. Resist in this bitch. We and many animals just have a sort of instinctual fear of snakes because of... Yes, we do definitely have that, and we're not the only ones. I really don't like the way that this is curled. I wonder how hard it would be to just... Ah, why are you half-lidded now? New. All right, so it no longer clips out from the lid going down on the back side anyway. The front, however, got a couple of issues there. Maybe I'll undo what I just did. It starts with you. Sorry, not trying to go quiet like this, but when I'm trying to focus on animation bits, it can take over the brain. Good snacks must be cared for and shown love. Absolutely! Good noodles. Good danger noodles. And let's raise this one. We need to get the pointy bit down lower. Why you do that? Which ones are you? These two. Grab you in basis mode. Go back down to blink. And figure out why the fuck you scrunked like that. A eyeball. Why are you showing through there? That's okay. That's next on our list of things to fix on the blink. Can't decide if they're still a little too long on the outer edge, back on the back of the lid. I have a natural instinct to want to give long eyelashes to every character, but Nep is not a character who generally has long lashes. Let's bring him down just a little bit more. Our middle part is a little thick. And there we go. That is much more masculine looking, I think. Let's make sure that it's still all aligned right. Yep, don't see any clipping. Go ahead and see. Now, what I would like to do, because our eyeball is still clipping out a little bit, instead of moving the eyeball back, I'm going to try and trick it and move this bottom lid and top lid a little more forward as they go down. So to do that, got to get tricky here. I'm going to go back to the basis layer, hide our eyelashes. We are going to grab all of the eyelid pieces that we want, predominantly in the front here. And then we're going to go down to the blink. What happened? What happened to you? Why are you over there? Sir. I don't know where all these random verts got moved around. No, why? Okay, can we not do that anymore? What the hell? All right, you sit up here for right now. And we need to figure out what the hell happened on the face. It appears to be working now, at least. Yeesh. All right, let's hide you guys again. Back up to basis. We want the frontmost pieces of the eyelid. I only grabbed 4 before. Now what I want to do is do this on both eyes. And the reason for this is because I'm going to use proportional editing, and if I use proportional editing and I'm not using the same selection on both sides, it can cause things to become asymmetrical by accident. So, Alt-Hide. Don't want to keep that selected. Because now I want to go in from behind and very carefully try to select the same verts on our upper lid. Because they should be locked together on the blink version with the lowered lid. 1, 2. Gotta get around that eyeball. 3, 4. All right. So what I've done is I've selected all of the same verts that line up on the eyelash and the eyelid. I'm going to go into the side view I'm going to go grab proportional editing, turn that on, which you can't see, but there's like a little, right above where my mouse is here, a dot on Blender. If you hover over it, it will literally tell you it's called proportional editing. I'm going to grab that. And then we're going to go back into the blink. And with proportional editing on, I've got it set so it's only going to do the connected verts. I'm going to take that, hit G to grab, and use this wheel to determine how much I'm grabbing to move. So big wheel means I'm grabbing a lot. Little wheel means I'm not grabbing a lot. So I need to grab just the right amount. We want to move this based on the medium point. Wait, do we? I'm going to grab more of the eyelid, actually, or the eyelash. It's not quite moving evenly. Let's grab those 3. And that should be good, hopefully. I really don't want to move a whole lot of his face. Just kind of this area. I lied. I think we want one more row. There we go. Now it's moving a lot more like how I want it to. So we'll go back down to the blink, and we're going to grab Y forward. Try and keep this as small as we can. Move it just a little bit. And let's see how that looks. It's not very far. But with the eyeball moving back at the same time that the lid is moving forward, it might be just enough to prevent the clipping. I don't know how I feel about it, though. Hello? Hold on. Who are you? Where did you come from, little vert off to the side? You're not one that I grabbed. Are you? Oh, you are. Why did I grab you? Maybe I should just be safe and get all of them. Annoying as that is. Because really, it's just the corners of the eyes that I don't want moving forward. I don't know if I got everything the same there. Seems like it. Proportional, asymmetrical, educated ass. Thoughts on Frontiers? I really liked Sonic Frontiers. I never beat it. I got kind of hung up on Tails Island because I'm personally not a big fan of 2D side-scroller Sonic, like classic Sonic. I'm a modern Sonic person. But I really, really enjoyed almost all of the gameplay for that that I did play through. The music from it was really cool. Been lurking since you started. Just wanted to say hi. Hello, Juicy. I hope that you're having a good day. And if you're not, then I hope it gets better soon. Dude, same. I'm a much bigger modern Sonic fan than classic. Yeah, I have nothing against classic Sonic either. It's just not my personal preference of gameplay style. I'm not, like... I've never really been big on side-scrollers. I've always preferred, like, Zelda over... like, the 3D Zelda over the 2D Zelda. And, like, same with the Mario games. Mario Sunshine was one of my most favorite Mario games. Odyssey's really good. Galaxies were pretty good. Let's see if that moved evenly. As for Tails Island, I'm on it right now. I can see why you quit there. It's a little complicated. It was a combination. I quit there because I had been binge playing it as well, and that was the first time I actually stopped. I, like, just got hooked on it for a good, like, 24 hours. That's not true. I think I stopped once during Knuckles level 2. I played this over the course of, like, months. Well, you see, before I started streaming, I didn't have much time to play video games, so I would have to go out of my way and schedule, like, a full day where I would just be couch locked. And that would be my one day that month where I would just get to play games. And so I would have to just get all my gaming done at one time and then go back to being way too busy for anything. And unfortunately, that scheduling didn't really work out all that well because I haven't touched it since. But I would love to go back to it. Actually, I would love to start it over because I was really, really enthralled by the story. I like that we were finally getting some, like, chaos-related lore. Frontiers wouldn't make a good stream game. It's very just chatty-type stream game. Yeah. One that I would like to play, debatably on stream, still on the fence about, is the Sonic X Shadow Generations thing. See, I never played Sonic Generations. So I don't really know anything about it, other than I'm pretty sure it's kind of like a reboot. It's good. I've heard it's good. Also, hello, friendly introvert. Very good to see you today. How have you been? I do apologize. I'm a little less chatty on stream days like this because I end up getting kind of hyper-focused. Or as our friend Lucky said here earlier, locked in. Also, I do apologize. My voice has been cracking so much more, and it's because it's cold out. It's very dry and very cold out, so I'm not as hydrated as I normally would be, even though you guys have been very, very generous with the hydrates. Shadow Gens is just Sonic Gens with shadow levels added. Frosty played it and seemed to like it a good amount. Oh, that's right! I had deliberately had to go out of my way to avoid Frosty's streams at the time because I didn't want to see any of the new content. Kind of depends on what you're going for. Some streamers prefer to play games where you have to focus more and there isn't a ton of time to catch most chats, but others like playing more laid-back games where you can yap with chat. I don't know what kind of gameplay I'm bringing to the table. That's something I'm just kind of... You guys are going to have to put a name on it for me. Because I personally don't have the brain power. Alright, I'm going to say that looks pretty good. I might even bring the eyeball back forward. I don't know, that's cutting it awfully close. Reason I just zoomed out like that is because when you zoom out, the asset itself is trying to load at a much smaller size. Therefore, if you have things like visible seams, because the pixels are too close to the UVs, you can sometimes catch it when you zoom out. But a lot of the time, unfortunately, you won't see it until it's in-game. But I think that's good. So now I will show you guys real quick a very easy way on how to make a blink, or a wink using your blink animation. So over here, we've got our secondary hierarchy. I don't know the proper name for this window, but this is where our shape keys are. We've got our blink. Turn that on, he blinks. Turn that off, he stops blinking. We need to assign a vertex group to this, because what we want to do is tell it only affect half of the face, specifically the left or the right. So we're going to go ahead and add a new vertex group. We're going to call this one L face, and then we're going to create a new one and call it R face. And we're going to go back into the mesh. I'm going to make sure that we are not on the blink animation. And what I'm going to do is turn on X-ray mode. And I'm going to select up to our blue line here, our blue divider line, all of one side of the face. And I'm going to zoom in real close to make sure, yep, we got everything along our central division line. With the exception of other little stuff down here, doesn't really matter. You don't really want to include anything other than the area that you're working in. But that's good. And always assign your directional stuff based off of the asset's direction. So even though this is my left, this is actually his right. So we are going to assign a weight of 100%, or 1, which you can't really see, it's kind of cut off there for you. We're going to assign that as 1 to our face. Honestly, we might as well include that central line. Sometimes you don't want to, but in this case, it should be fine. Assign. Now I'm going to take my selection list and say select mirror. Okay. Perfect. Doesn't really matter if we have the hair or not. Now we're going to assign that one. Interesting. The mirror did not work for this portion of the neck, which leads me to believe that something happened to cause it to no longer be symmetrical on some sides. That's a future problem to find out. Okay, So we'll assign this one to L. Now, what I've done, like when we were weight painting, all these vertex groups, all they do is hold information. So even though some of these hold weight painting data telling the model how to move, what we just created, is not tied to any bones. There are no bones named L face or R face, so it doesn't have any armature bits to assign this to. So all it does is say, okay, this is a group of verts that we've selected, and they are all set to a weight of 1. What does that mean? Well, nothing right now. What is it going to mean? Oop, that's not what I wanted. When we go down to our shape key that we just made, the blink, turn off X-ray mode now, I can tell it that I only want this to affect a specific vertex group. So if I tell it L face, then I go into object mode and I tell this to turn on, look at that, it only affects the vertex group that I assigned. So his left. And now that I've got it affecting only the left side of the face, I can tell it to make a new shape from the, hold on, I gotta find the right option. New shape from mix. That creates a new shape. We can turn the blink off. And now that is our new shape. What the hell happened to your body? What was that? Oh my goodness. Okay, that was my fault. You have to be conscious of this, and I forgot that he had shrinkage going on. You can't have multiple shapes active when you're doing this, so I have to turn off the body shrink because it counted both the body shrink and that blink as one shape. So delete that. We will make sure none of these are also turned on. Turn the blink back on with the L face vertex group. New shape from mix, and we'll call this left eye closed. And then we'll do the same thing. We're just going to change that from L face to R face. Yep, and it automatically defaulted to the other eye. New shape from mix, right eye closed. And then we go back to our blink and we remove that vertex group. So now we have shape keys for blink, left eye closed, and right eye closed. Simple as that. Should say though, if you're interested in streaming shadows, Shadow Gens, don't expect it to last long. Pretty sure Frosty knocked out both campaigns in just 2 streams, and she streams for less time per stream than you do. Oh goodness. I'm surprised to hear it's that short. Not to say you shouldn't, just don't expect a ton of stream time for the price. Thank you for the warning. Actually, that's the same issue that we're facing this weekend, because I will be streaming Poppy Playtime Chapter 4 that just came out today. Actually, I was having issues before stream because I was trying to download it, and it's a chunky chapter. But I don't know the approximate for how long it is yet, so I've tried to set aside the entire weekend so we can just binge on through it, especially because I know I'm going to dawdle like crazy. How much is it? Right now it's only $15, but it is on sale because it just came out. It is going to go up to, I think, $20 once the sale is over. Not unreasonable, but on par with their last chapter anyway. And I would say the last chapter was worth it. They definitely made it into much more of a full-fledged game. I don't have any current review of Chapter 4, but I will not be looking into that. And this is one of the first times I'm allowing myself to go in completely blind and just see what happens. Guessing you really like Poppy Playtime? Kind of. It's just sort of been one of my hyper-focuses lately. That, and I'm sort of desperate for any kind of content ever since Security Breach came out for FNAF. That was like my favorite game ever It really inspired me to get back into art. I probably wouldn't be streaming today if that game had never come out. Terrible as it is. But it got me back into drawing after a 4-year hiatus of having given it up and being too busy with life and all of that. And I've been trying to ride that wave ever since. And unfortunately, Poppy's one of the only things that has kind of filled that niche because it's one of the only other bright and colorful mascot horror games that's been continuously active since Security Breach. That's how I feel with you-know-what. Yeah. Did you play Into the Pit? I did not. And ironically, Into the Pit was a game that I thought I was going to really like, but after watching gameplay of it, I would have rage quit that game. Like the back and forth and lack of description of like the things that you're... too many fetch quests. That was honestly the same complaint that I had over the first Bendy game. Too many fetch quests. Just too much of a character saying, hey, you need to go over here. Oh, hey, you need to go over here. Okay, I shit you not. There's one part in Into the Pit where, if you're familiar with the story of it, the pit is like a time traveling thing. So if you go into the ball pit, you get like traversed back in time to the pizzeria back when it was like fully operational. And so you, the main character, are going back and forth between the past and the future, trying to figure out how to get rid of this rabbit that is hunting you. And at one point, you have to, like, get a piece of pizza to trick Chica into, like, getting by her in the past. And the way that you do that is you go back to the future, where the pizza shop is completely broken down and, like, hardly operational anymore, to trick the guy into... like, you bring a rat from the past into the future to trick the guy into letting you into the kitchen to get a slice of pizza, to then bring back to the past. And I remind you, this in the past is when the pizza place was much more thriving and full of kids constantly. So why did you have to go all the way to the future to get a nasty, stale piece of pizza from the rundown, about to go out of business version of the pizzeria to bring back to the past to the fully operational version of the pizzeria, where they were regularly serving fresh pizza to kids constantly? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. That's just useless fucking time wasting. There's literally the same kitchen in the next room. It's just so much stupid back and forth uselessness. I don't like a game that very obviously has a logical route that does not even openly consider it. They're like, nope, you're just doing this because it's a video game. Maybe that's being what's our new word? Pedantic? Thank you for that, Tot. The fan art and AUs and glam rock OCs were really cool. Hell yeah! The whole aesthetic of Security Breach was just like, oh, got my heart racing. I was so pumped and ready to make anything, any kind of art. Need to join the Discord, bro. Where do you find the link? Oh, yes, we've got a command for that. There you go. Just make sure that you read through the rules carefully to have access to the rest of the server. I had an idea for a horror game that once that is just escape room style Saw style games where you have to escape from an ASMR demon. The whole thing has binaural audio of someone whispering and tapping things. That's cool. That'd be really cool in VR as well. Spatial sound in VR can be really fucking scary. I've had probably one of the worst jump scares I ever had was in VRChat it was over Halloween, last Halloween. And we were on like a haunted hayride thing. And this dude came running up behind the hayride while I was looking out into the abyss, just out of curiosity, you know, I don't know what the fuck I thought I was looking for. It's not like a real cornfield where you're going to see like crows and maybe like a stray dog every once in a while. Just me stupidly looking off into the void of this virtual space behind us on the hayride. And then a dude with a hockey mask or some shit came running up out of nowhere and was like within seconds, inches in front of my face. Scared the shit out of me. I rolled backwards out of my fucking beanbag and ended up trying to like kick the air in front of me. This is another little trick that I'm going to do here, where I'm going to use a pose as a shape key. So what I'm doing is aligning the mouth how I want it to be when he says ah, or just opens his mouth in general. Don't really like that you can see his throat in the back there, but that's sort of just an unfortunate side effect of this style. I'm afraid that if I push it any further back in his head, then it's not going to be seen from any other angles. I think I like that. I might close his mouth just a little bit, though. I don't think it needs to be quite that wide. This will be our ah sound. Now, once I have this pose, I can go to another plugin that I have called Cats. Oops. Oh no, leave the hierarchy where it is. Here we are. So this is Cats. This is a pretty much mandatory plugin that you will need if you're going to be making anything in Blender for virtual reality, specifically VRChat. Oh, and ads are going to start in 1 minute, so I'll say this fast. All it does is it adds a bunch of very easy methods for making your VISEMES, which is your lip sync, and to have this nice little tool here, which lets you switch in and out of pose mode very fast, or do what I'm about to do, which is turn this pose into a shape key, which will be another one of his expressions and mouth shapes. We are going to call this the ah sound. Okay, and then we will stop pose mode. And whenever we do that, it's going to reset all of the shape keys. But that's okay, as long as hopefully ah didn't get the rest of those included. It did not. Thank you, baby. Thank you for joining us, Ninja. Sorry that we didn't chat a whole lot today. I hope that you have a good rest of your evening, though. It was very nice to have you here. Here. Just vibing here while working? That's exactly what you're meant to do. I'm hoping that I can provide a space where other people can body double with me and get any of their work done that they need to get done. And just have a good time doing it. Enjoy the company. Thank you, you two. Thank you. It is always a pleasure with you guys. All right. So we've got our ah sound now. Ads are running. Now, when it comes to doing your lip sync, there is a really nice little addition thing here with the Cats add-on, where you only need to have the ah, o, and ch sounds. I don't remember if it was o or oo. I'm pretty sure it's o. And I'm pretty sure this is ah, not a. Trouble is, it's all based on Japanese, so their sounds are a little bit different than ours. The I and sounds are different for these than they would be in English. But we will give it our best shot. Let's make a new shape key. We're going to try and do the ch sound, I think. Ch tends to be a little easier. So usually I'm going to have to be doing this with my own mouth while I'm trying to create it. I'm also going to pull up a VISEMES chart. They've returned from the ads. Good! Actually, a little strange, because it's telling me there's still a minute left of ads for some people. They must be out of sync today. All right, cha-cha-cha. Normally, I would pull the upper lip up a little more, but I think I'm going to try and do his more with the sides of the mouth. Actually, hold on. Let me get my sketchbook out here because I have a really old VISEMES chart that I started with the Mobian version of Moss, the Sonic version of Moss that I was making. And it's kind of a similar muzzle shape, so I'd like to reference my own work with that. And of course, I did not do the ch sound with it. That's all right. Still a good reference. Now, what I want to avoid the most is doing a whole lot with his upper lip. So it's going to be tricky trying to keep it from connecting with the lower lip while I try and do this. Let's grab you. Try and pull you up just a little bit. Gotta rewrite a third time because Twitch fucked up. Blah, blah, blah. A bit of an edge to me. Maybe too much for the server. I'll do my best. If it proves too much, I will leave. I'm no troublemaker by any means. Just a little kooky sometimes. That's all right. We can have a little kookiness from time to time. All I really ask is that you are mindful of other people and the boundaries that they choose to set, that they feel comfortable setting, and I ask of other people to be aware of if a boundary needs to be set. If something is happening that you are not okay with, that makes you uncomfortable, then don't be afraid to say so. The whole keeping quiet to save the peace thing doesn't really work out. Because a lot of the time people don't know that what they're doing might even be upsetting in the first place. How do I feel about that? Ch. 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 I feel like we need to reuse this area just a little bit more. It's my streamer right there. Did you start streaming just recently? Yes. I think I've only been doing this for around 6 months now. Six months? Oh, yeah. About, give or take. I mean, probably wouldn't know that one. Never mind. Uh-oh. Yeah, no, that one might have gone over my head. Actually, let me push these parts of his lip in a little further. I don't like how off to the side they are. Hmm.
If you become lightheaded from
Wow.
thirst, feel free to pass
Thank
out.
you for the hydrate. I love how I was like, I don't want to move his lips too much. And then I immediately rewarped the entirety of his fucking face for this sound. Shh. Tuh. Start asking random questions just cuh. Oh, just because. Favorite Transformer? I'm equally torn between two. And for very different reasons at that. So Starscream's probably my overall favorite Transformer. But I have an extremely soft spot in my heart for Redgar. Any generation for both. Equally Tarn. No, I'm afraid I'm going to make Tarn fans quite upset with my opinions of him. Well, hello, Eddie. Eddie the Eyeless Wonder. And I have been booped by the moth. How are you doing today, moth? Twitch the goat, sorry, not sorry. I actually haven't kept up with Transformers for quite a bit now. Trying to remember the last series that I kept up with. Because I was pretty big in the comics when they were doing More Than Meets the Eye and Robots in Disguise. but then they ended up kind of splitting them off into too many different directions, and I couldn't keep up anymore. Not because I didn't want to, I just A, couldn't afford that many different comics, and B, life was just kind of getting too busy at the time. We've got our ch sound, and let's try ah and ch at the same time. All right, good. No weird overlaps. Now we need our oo sound, or o sound. I know almost nothing about Transformers, but I do love my little Grimlock. Done with work, chores, errands, and all that jazz for the night. Hell yeah! Now you can just relax. Dude, you gotta watch Earthspark sometime. It's so good as long as you stop watching after season 1. So most series. No, I was interested in Earthspark, though. I didn't get around to that one just because at the time it was the newest thing after a series of, for lack of better description, not the greatest series of Transformers stuff. I was not a fan of the Robots in Disguise cartoon, the one where all of them were like part animals. Even though I did like some of their designs, I hated the animation style. I am not a big fan of any kind of CGI that uses a choppy frame rate as an excuse to be shitty. Like, they use a choppy frame rate to try and fill the place of 2D animation because they were too cheap to do 2D animation. Like, I don't care. I'm sorry. It just makes me feel like I'm having a stroke. It's not done well. It's not like Into the Spider-Verse, where the dropped frame rate was intentional and designed to emphasize the scenes that were happening. Or like Puss in Boots, which did the same thing. The choppy frame rate that was in Rid was just bad. It was constant, it was bad, and it was such a low frame rate that made no fucking sense for CGI models to be in constantly. It made me sick to my stomach just watching it, not because of like upsetting, but because it was like nauseating to me. I don't know if it's just because I do try and like think in terms of how this stuff works, but oof. It's the same reason I couldn't watch what's it? The Dragon Prince on Netflix? I think that's what it's called. I really liked the style of it. I really liked the characters and all those different designs, but I could not get past that choppy frame rate. No, very little, but the brawl design from the first Bayformers movie tickles my brain. It's so heartfelt and lovely. Couldn't keep up with the comics. Clearly that means that they're now unfit for their role, which means I, Lord Starscream, and the new leader of this stream! Mix of social anxiety and ADHD. A lot of what I type doesn't always come out right. I just brain dump, hit enter, and hope for the best. I feel you on that. The Earthspark fall-off is insane. Budget slashed, whole new writing team, vastly inferior visuals. Just stop after season 1. 2 and 3 aren't even worth it. Wow, that's really heartbreaking. I remember Earthspark had a lot of backlash that was completely unwarranted, too. It was all about, they had a non-binary character, and I remember that being a big fucking stupid political issue for so long. It blows my mind how people can be part of the Transformers fandom and be so against things like gender and shit like that. Like, your whole series is about aliens that are also robots that turn into cars and are fighting a war on Earth. But you draw the line at the idea that one of them might use they, them pronouns. Okay. You're fine with it, though. You don't mind calling a car it. Well, I'm sorry, I just fail to understand what we're getting all up in arms over. For a series about change and acceptance of form does not equal function, there's an alarming amount of bigotry and dead mindsets.
Someone's salty.
I am salty. You're gonna argue it makes more sense for a fucking alien to be a robot that turns into a fucking jet plane. But it can't be trans. It's a transformer! What the fuck are you talking about?
Bubble, you can't say that.
Some Miku as a disassembly drone. Ooh, that sounds cute. I refuse to be censored. It's even weirder too because Nightshade isn't trans. They were literally born like that. Yeah, that's what I mean! How you gonna look at a fucking car robot and be like, no, it's gotta be a girl or a boy? The fuck do you mean? It's a robot. It's a car. Hell, I think that one's an owl. Go get a hobby. Like, my favorite are the people who are coming into it and just now deciding to get heated about the argument and everything, as though, like, they'll be like, I've been a fan of Transformers since the 80s, bro. I've been a fan of it for so long, and they never had this woke shit when I was a fan. Like, buddy, no, they didn't. You know why? Because when you were growing up, they thought it was a good idea to say, oh, it's a whole planet full of male robots. There are no girls. Also, they can have loving relationships. But not with not with other boys. Only other girls. Only girls are allowed to be part of the male relationship. Like, you what the fuck? What do you mean? What do you mean? There's no girls? But they can't be gay. Where's your logic? I mean, if you really want to get into it, why are we not upset that the robots are dating people? Because the ones from when you were a kid, if that's your arguing point, I'm pretty sure Powerglide ended up going on a date with a human girl. We want to talk about that? It's okay for a robot to be straight with a human woman, for a human woman to date a jet plane, but it's not okay for the jet plane to date another jet plane. Not if it has a penis. We will not release a figure of a woman for 5+ years because girls don't like Transformers. That's one of my favorite arguing debates. But Frag, think of their fragile masculinity. I am thinking about it. If it's that damn fragile, then maybe it deserves to be broken. Sorry, not sorry. Your insecurity is not my responsibility. If you feel emasculated being a man and playing with dolls, then that's a you problem. Maybe you should just play with dolls and enjoy it, you dumb fuck. As long as I get to fuck Prime RC Transformers can do whatever the fuck they want. There you go. Oh, look at the clip. Oh shit. Did you post it in clips? Let me go see. That was perfectly timed. Y'all are getting good at that. Thank you for sharing that clip too, by the way, Snake. Never understand the paradoxical dilemma these guys seem to have of being upset that they can never find women to date that share their interests, but also being upset that when women share their interests. Let us like what we like and don't be creepy. It's that simple. But you don't understand. If a woman likes what I like, then clearly she must like me and my penis. So the confusion comes from, if they like what I like, then why are they not liking my penis? Isn't that what they're here for? Isn't that why they like what they like? For my penis? My gift to the world? I hate to break it to you, bud. Yo dick ain't the gift you think it is. Why peen when puss is right there? I don't want to squish his lip together too far. That's not reading ooh very well because of his stationary. I think we need to push the cheek up a little more, maybe. Actually, I can open the jaw a bit more, too. I do want to raise this lip. Can confirm, no, I don't care about your genitals. Zone back in, what the fuck did I hear? BRB, gotta get coffee? Ooh, sounds good. I would love to have a second coffee today, but no. I'll be stuck running back and forth to the bathroom for the next hour if I do. kind of hate, and I use hate loosely, how the word woke was hijacked to mean things I don't like because I feel like they're not pandering to my ideology. Yeah. Penis. No! Y'all are goofy. Favorite Sonic character? Well, definitely not Shadow. Woke doesn't mean anything other than if I hear it used unironically, I can just start disregarding your opinion. Yeah, it's a permission slip to just ignore everything else that is about to come out of that person's mouth. Because apparently the only thing they're capable of doing is regurgitating bullshit. I'm looking bodacious and coolio. Thank you, Mew. Mew, you have the most interesting dialogue choices for someone who is younger than me. The stuff that you say is the kind of stuff that I always expect Tot to say. Why not Shadow? Not to say he should be, just curious how you singled him out specifically as not being your favorite. So, to those who have been here and known me for the long haul, Shadow is actually my favorite. I have had the running joke with myself ever since I was a kid that I have been married to Shadow the Hedgehog ever since I was 7 years old, because I was obsessed with Shadow when I was a kid. So he is my actual real husband, Shadow the Hedgehog. Who sounds like me? Mew. Mew always says things like, yummer sauce, looking bodacious and coolio, like she said earlier. I returned to marriage with Shadow. The vibes here are immaculate. What the fuck does that mean? What are you? Where did you come from? Get back inside that mouth. What happened there? You go back up. All of you should go up a little bit. I was infatuated with Willfire from Drawn to Life. Wonder if he's the reason why I got into edgy OCs. Actually, that's a good question for all of y'all. What was like your childhood crush character from what series? And how do you think it may have impacted your various decisions in life? Because I know for a fact I would not have started drawing had it not been for Sonic. Which is weird given how little Sonic art I've actually done since, like, that age. Only in the last few years have I gotten back into it and been wanting to try and, like, rekindle that art. Maybe Zane from Ninjago. I honestly, if I had been a kid when Ninjago was a cartoon, like when it had come out, I feel like I would have been obsessed with it. Like specifically the one that's done in the animated 2D style. Because that art style is fucking cool. I really like it. I do not wish to think about that at this moment. Don't really have crushes on characters, but you know the answer to mine, and I'm not sure I want to share it. Didn't have much interest in love or crushes growing up, so that I'll have to pass on that one. No, Feely Ototo, I don't really have crushes on characters either. I really like one and appreciate it a lot, but could never really crush on them. Favorite FNAF animatronic? Sun and Moon! I mean, the monkey one? Yeah, that's the 2D one, right? Actually, there was somebody here on Twitch that I think I followed recently. I don't remember if I followed them or not, if I was just talking about it and forgot to follow, but they were working on an animation for not that show, I don't think, but it was an animation in the same style of it, and it looked legit. Like, it was really, really good. If I ever am able to track down that artist, I will gladly give them a shout out so you guys can see their stuff, because it was some pretty awesome animation. Sora from the Kingdom Hearts series. He heavily resonated with me, and seeing as it was the last series I played with my uncle, I strive to be there for people like he does in the games. Not a crush, obviously, but a whole resonating thing. Yeah, so it doesn't have to be like an actual crush or anything. Like just a character that like was your attachment. Really got me into drawing was either Sonic or Dragon Ball Z. Those are two very good things to have crossover. Because if I remember correctly, they both have a lot of similarities. I would like to go back and watch Dragon Ball Z because I've never really sat down and given it a chance. And I know they're pretty much identical on a lot of things. Favorite childhood character, oldest I can remember would be Stitch. Oh, that's right, you were a big Stitch fan. I forgot about that. We're talking about middle school time, then... Someone was a bit of a Naruto kid. Honestly, thanks to that series that I'm as selfless and empathetic I am, even if it hurts me. Well, hopefully you are learning to set better boundaries with yourself and others so that you do not get hurt as often. But it's very good that you had such a positive influence to inspire you. So here's my problem. I don't like that he's always got these teeth showing. Like, I like it, and I also don't, because it means that when he talks, his mouth never fully closes, which is a very stylistic choice, and I really like as a stylistic choice. However, I don't know how I feel about it on an avatar. Let's close this gap in the mouth just a little bit more for this shape. Just to further emphasize that it is, you know, mouth closed. Isn't this a commission? Yes. It is a commission for a friend. However, I don't know this design as well as his previous design. I don't know whether or not having the perpetual teeth showing is a stylistic choice that Nep would like to have going for his character, especially in avatar form, where he will be kind of the one representing it. And unfortunately, Nep is one of our lovely UK members. So he is not actively around at this point in the evening to tell me. Let me take a look at his reference again. Okay, there's only one picture on his reference in which his teeth are not showing, and it's a chibi. So what I think I'm going to do is, before I set these in stone as the VISEMES, I'm going to try and make another shape that instead will be his mouth closed. And I'll see how that affects the VISEMES. It's probably not going to be pretty. Where would a good spot be? I guess we can start by just taking the entirety of the bottom lip. And you know what? I'll cut myself off at the impasse here. Set my cursor on the angle of our pivot for our jawline. And then grab all of my verts. I'm going to leave these last little ones in the corner, though. All right. Now what I'm going to do with proportional editing on, I am going to rotate alongside the cursor upwards just a little bit. Let's try about there for now. I want to make sure that I check this from other angles as I go. It's not too bad. And then I will do the same with our upper portion. I'm going to do this one in sections, I think, though. I accidentally grabbed an extra one of you. Twice. Oh. You know, this is where Blender tends to just kind of become a shit post in itself because... Oh, I get distracted too easily. Fuck me. The giggle monster. I really like the curve of this upper lip, so I'm gonna try and bring that whole upper lip down. Oh, hello. Sort of got me there. Hello, Void.
Hey, what's up?
We are working on Nep's facial expressions today. We're just going to scooch that one a little bit, not a whole lot. Big stretch. I can work with
If
that.
you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
And a hydrate, thank you.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
When did I save? Let's go ahead and save now. We're going to pull at around that part of the lip down a little bit. It's going to be a lot of tweaking in this section. I did grab two different ones, didn't I? No. I did. I think we can bring this bottom lip back up just a little bit. I don't want to bring the jawline itself up with me, which I may have done already by mistake. Only a little bit. Actually. Let's close the jaw entirely a little bit. Boy, he got a bit of an underbite, don't he? You got another one. Oh, crap. You're bullying me today. Never mind, you're not bullying me. I'm giving you too much material to bully me with. Alright. Nothing that a little bit of cheating can't fix. Let's bump this jaw a little more forward. How does that look? Really not that bad. Why does he look like he's looking at a woman's ass like, God damn, that ass is fat? He's just checking himself out in the mirror. All right, we're going to make this its own pose. Jaw closed. Okay, and then we're going to stop pose mode because we don't like that. So lips closed and jaw closed. Oh. Okay, hold on. Okay, it went ahead and used the entire shape key, so that's... We'll keep that one there as a temporary. We do need to push this jaw in a little more because it is overlapped out on this side. And the teeth are also clipping a little bit, so we'll bring those bottom teeth out. And then just to double check on the inside of the mouth here. All right, I think we have plenty of room to do that. We will grab this little bit of the lip. Try to get in here and get this last little vert that is evading us. You. Okay. And then we're going to grab with G, X, proportional editing. We're going to drag it in just a little bit to try and tuck it under that lip. And at the same time, we're going to grab the upper lip and pull it out. And then we grab this guy. My dog Bronx has rudely entered the room. Hello, Bronx. How's it going? What are you doing, baby girl? You just want to come hang out? Okay. Come here, Pumpkin. Let me give you head pats. Hi, baby. She has been eagerly snuggling with her Grammy all day today because she's got a heated blanket out during the cold, and Bronx is very much a heated blanket hoarder. But you had him sticking his tongue out for a second there. He can do that. I'll probably end up giving him a blep of some sort. Hold on. Do I need to pull that out that far? I do not. I just need to pull you in further. Unfortunately, I must go. Frosty is FU? Foo? Finishing Subnautica tonight, and I can't miss it. Send Frosty my hello and my well wishes. If any luck goes our way and I'm able to finish this project earlier than anticipated today, I will be raiding out to them. But I hope you guys have a great time, and I hope that Frosty's able to get as far as they're hoping to get on their stream today. And thank you very much for hanging out with us today. Have a nice stream. Thank you. We will. Right, I don't really want to mess with the front of his mouth too much. I think he's going to end up being a little bit like me. My mouth is always slightly parted. IRL. I have a little bit of an overbite, and that's why. I don't hate that, though. That's actually a very nice, kind of natural-looking position. With the exception of the back of the mouth here open a little bit. Let's close that just a little. Especially because you can see all the way through, oh god. Still want to keep it some, though. It is still part of the style. All right, so now that we have the mouth closed, we're going to test that position. We're going to save. We're going to test that position with the previously made shape keys. So, ah. And it looks okay. Gotta make sure that the teeth move properly. Ah. The tongue moves properly. Ch. Okay. And ooh. Ooh moves really well, but part of me feels like he's lost a lot of his personality this way now. But that does allow us to be able to make a grin emote. Like have him actually smile. How does he look with his eyes closed like this? Fairly natural. Maybe I won't keep it at a full-blown 100%. Maybe we'll just keep it at 50%. Ah. Ch. And O. Ooh. I don't know how I feel about the full ooh. I might not put that one at max either. That's at 80%. Yeah, I feel like 100% is a little much, so I'm going to make a duplicate of this one at 800. And I'll do the same with the jaw closed. New shape from mix. This is going to be the new O and U. We'll set you to 50. New shape from mix. All right. So I know normally you wouldn't need all these shape keys for things like this, but I am including all of them because if I have one that does something that I ended up removing, like so we have the O sound, this is now the max O sound, as opposed to the original, which is 10% more. So I might still need that shape for something, so I'm not going to delete it right away. We also have the jaw now in a neutral position, as well as a fully closed position, or at least as fully closed as I'm willing to go. What is this one? That's just an empty shape key. Also, ads are going to happen in about 30 seconds to a minute here, give or take. I do apologize for not showing the shape keys side of things as much. I just tend to use the full workspace a little more like this. All right. What I'm going to have to decide here is, let's go ahead and do a big grin, because that'll determine how wide all of this will ever get. And we can start right away. Actually, no, he's never going to do that. Okay. I don't feel like he would grin that much with the front of the mouth. The front of the mouth seems pretty stationary. But I would like to open his mouth a little more. I'm just going to trust that it's going to stay symmetrical when I do this. Probably won't, but, you know. And of course we will pull down the bottom lip as well. And it seems like the ads are over. It's a very, very, very wide grin. Which will probably end up breaking all the other shapes. For example, this is not compatible with our ch sound because they double up on each other and it pulls the lip way too high. So to remedy that, we are going to take this wider grin and lower it until that's no longer happening. So now we know the maximum amount that this can go without breaking. So we know it's around 35. Hammed burger. You really are, Agatha. You can also raise the top of the teeth if you want to go further. True. Very true. My big problem is I don't want him to just be all teeth. Although that's a very subtle grin. I want to push the cheeks up a little higher. This whole area where the corner of the mouth is. The eye movements will probably help exaggerate it. Yes. Or give him gums. I wish not. I wish not to have to give gums. Hi, Bronx. Are you bored? Okay. Why is he so shaped like a camel? Kind of want him to look a little bit more like a used car salesman. Is that bad? That's a cute smile. How's that with our ch now? Still showing them teeth. I also don't know if I like the way that it moves with that. It kind of scrumples in here. All right, wider grin. Let's go ahead and get in the inside and grab the top of those teeth. Hold them up higher. Actually, exactly where is it that you're having that issue? Oh, it's like the entirety of them. Okay. I'll come back to you. A little better anyway. I'll have to go in and touch that back up again. Just a little bit. Move the cheeks up to cover the eyeballs, maybe on a separate shape key. Okay. Thank you, Mew. He looks like he was the bite of 87. That doesn't look bad when he does this, does it? Oh, that does look kind of bad. Don't like that. That's gonna fuck with Wyoming. If we do the grin at halfway, unfortunately, it doesn't really do a whole lot. Unless you close your jaw and then do the wide grin. And then you kind of look a little weirder. But that's a much nicer corner in that smile. How about the ch sound? A little better. The only thing I don't like now is you've got like this weird lower upper lip. So I think what I'll do is instead of reducing the smile, I will reduce the ch. I don't think he needs that much ch. We set the ch at 50. So this is the new ch. Still not that great though. First last day in January. Where did the time go? I'm trying not to think about that, actually. It feels like December was so rushed. And then January, I don't know, it's been weirdly long and short at the same time. All right, we have a new wide grin that is set to 75% of the last one. A new ch that is sent to 75% of the last one. So with the new wide grin, that is our maximum size for that. It's okay. Subtle. And our new ch. If anything, I feel like maybe the bottom jaw should come a little more forward with the ch sound. Make sure that he does not have any other shapes active. This is for the new cha-cha-cha-cha sound. As a shape key, new cha. All right, so our new cha brings the whole thing forward a little bit more. And let's do that with our wide grin. Nothing appears to be clipping. The teeth clip just a little bit. That's purely because of the cha. So we can fix that just by grabbing the back part of the teeth in here. And grab those with the perspective tool. Slide it a little bit more into the inside of the mouth. And actually, we could stand to grab a couple more. There we are. Now they're not clipping as bad. Does that feel like a ch sound now with a smile? Ch. Oh. Ah. Looks pretty good. All right, I'm keeping those. Let's go ahead and have it create our VISEMES. Okay, so we're going to do, in here we want our body mesh. We're going to do the A for A, the O for O, and the Ch for Ch. And then we're going to tell it to create VISEMES. And what it's doing, it's taking those three shapes and it is combining them at various levels to fill in the gaps and create all the other mouth sounds. It doesn't add anything. It just takes what I already made for those three and then, like for R, for example, R is more of a combination of ch, o, and a hint of ah, at least in terms of the mouth shape. So now we can take a look at what we've got. We go into edit mode. We have ah. Well, let me get rid of my gizmo. Ch, d, eh, f, which is not correct. I. That should be the K sound. This should be N. This should be O. This one is oo. This is the P sound. Sil, s, th. And that is all of them. So now that we've got those markers for all of them, I can go in and edit each of them individually to add what wasn't included. And because I checked to make sure that the ah, ch, and o sounds would all work with that smile, I shouldn't have any issues with changing anything. Let's see. Bronca. Bronx. Baby girl, can you stop licking? Mm-hmm. I know. It's annoying when I ask you to stop licking. Your feelings are valid. So f is the sound that is going to be interesting. I actually want to look up a chart and see how someone else has done f, or a couple people have done f. Looks like it's mostly about tucking this lip underneath of that top tooth. So I'm going to make an entirely new shape key for this. And I'm going to copy the f sound that's already there. So f, new shape from mix, new f. We're going to start pose mode, but I'm going to turn f on as we do. Because we're going to try and trick the eye a little bit. Now what I want to do is take this lip and try to pull it underneath of these teeth a little bit. Not a whole lot. Okay. Let's start by hiding, hiding this, and hiding this. What I want to do is create kind of like a central point that would be behind the top teeth. So maybe I do want the top teeth. Let's grab you, you, and you. And then on the same side, you, you, and you. And it should put my gizmo right in the center. Almost. We need it to be a little lower. It's a decent spot. Put my cursor there. Unhide everything. Now what I think I'm going to try, I want to pull this towards my cursor. So what if I just hit S and try to scale it inwards? How well might that work if we do that with the whole outer lip here? Not the worst. Let me go ahead and hide these teeth again, because we need to pull these gums much further in. Hide the tongue as well. All right, and then we're going to grab this upper part of the lip. And we're going to actually bring this forward again. We want to bring this up a little higher. We want to tuck this right under the edge of that tooth. Okay. Now we're just going to kind of round these out a little bit. Make sure everything is nice and streamlined. So there's our F sound. F. I feel like we should maybe raise the lip edge a little bit on this one. To do that, I have to go back into the armature. Yep. Give me this. Put my cursor there. Go back to our mesh. And we're going to rotate that. Upwards just enough. Just a little hint of a lip curl. Okay, let's try that with the wide grin. Yeah, perfect. Oh, that's such a lovely F. He's going to have such delightful fucks when he says them. All right, so we can remove our old F. A reminder, this was the old F. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the I. This is the old F. So not even remotely close. We want to put our new F up with the rest of them. And then what else did we have? I, K, N, O, U, P. I feel like P should have the mouth closed. Yeah, I think P should be more of a... Let's duplicate this one. Okay. This will be our new P. New P. What we really need is for this lip to close. What? Isn't this a song in Pizza Sim? Surprised you aren't playing the new Poppy Playtime chapter, but it makes sense if you're trying to keep a schedule. Yes! Not only am I trying to keep a schedule, but I figured, you know what? I can't compete with big name streamers. Fucking Astral Spiff is streaming that shit right now. So I know everyone's going to be focusing on the people that they already have been established as playing Poppy Playtime and want to follow them. I myself would love to watch Astral Spiff right now, or Tetra Gaming, I think is their name. But right now I have work to do. Besides, I'm doing a weekend stream for it instead. That way everyone can watch what they need to watch with whoever they need to watch it with. And then this weekend, we'll hang out and see how long the game is, going totally blind. Heckin' sick. Oh no! You and my mother both. I've been hearing her cough all day, and she told me earlier that she was afraid she may have gotten the flu. I really hope that she hasn't, though. Flu and cough. Oh no! I'm so sorry that you're going through that right now. Being sick is such a pain. Had to cancel plans I was looking forward to today. Oh no! Much as it sucks to do, though, I'm very glad that you thought of others before yourself in terms of, making sure that you're not spreading your sickness and making sure that you are taking care of yourself and getting the rest that you need. I'm sure that if you wanted to, you could have pushed and gone, but that wouldn't have been healthy. But that does suck. I'm very sorry that you weren't able to go. All right. Might be time to start tucking this lip inwards a little more. Well, hello, Bronx. Come to beg me to go out? Uh-huh, I see. Baby girl. Bronca. Bronx, you are this close to getting yourself kicked out. She is being naughty. Ooh. I've got all the animals in here with me now. I've got a Bronx, I've got a Boko, and I've got a Wolfie. Hi, bud. You just wake up? Thank you for the lurk, Void. It is a much, much quieter day here for us today, which is totally fine because I need to be able to focus on getting these expressions perfect. Not perfect. There's no such thing as perfect. But I need to focus on getting them to look to my standard. It's so meticulous. Now we're just going to pull this whole upper lip, I think. I think we're going to pull it closer back to the teeth. I'm getting very close. I think we need to move our cursor a little more forward. Bronx. Hey, baby. We got about 5 minutes before our next ad break. Okay, can you quit licking? Bronca. I may have to take a break and take her OUT during that ad break because she's being a little bit of a pain. And I know Mom didn't take her out when she needed to go out. Bronx. Come on, baby. You only have to wait 5 more minutes. Not even. Bronx. She's testing my patience. Oh man, I just realized what I want to do after this. Since I can't play Poppy Playtime Chapter 4 yet, I think maybe I'll just have a whole night of playing Project Playtime. Because I don't care how much people want to shit on that game. I think that game is delightful. It's one of my favorites. Finished or otherwise. And our ads are going to start in about a minute here. And when they do, I will probably take a small break against my will and take Bronx out to go potty. She might take her time with it, so that can take over the normal ad time. I will try to go as fast as possible, though. We still got to come back and fix that lip up, but give a quick save. Ads are going to start any second now, so I'm going to go ahead and go to the away screen and take Bronx out, and then I will be right back. Oop, that's really big. Well, I was about to say I was back, but I appear to be missing. Where am I? Oh, I see. PNG Tuber plus froze. Easy fix. There we are. I guess I should go ahead and put a little notice at the bottom of the screen here that would scroll by and let people know that if I am not attentive, it is because I am focused. Welcome back. Thank you. I used to have some text that would go across the bottom of the screen like that. Let me see where that overlay is. All right. Now, how do I turn that on? Oh, it doesn't appear to be on here anymore. That's okay. I will go ahead and copy that overlay. Okay. Back to what we're doing. Which mouth sound was this again? This was the P sound. So I think we want to kind of... Actually, we want to make two of these, I think. One where the lips are just closed, and then the other where they're kind of puckered. Because right now they're closed. Let's drag this lip down a little further. And we will grab all of these. Have I got one that's not the right one? I do. Exclusively only want the upper lip right now. Or the lower lip. I wish I knew why the Spotify wasn't keeping up with itself today. Oops. If you hear thumping in the background, that is our beloved orange kitty doing as orange kitties do and getting into mischief. He has found an empty box, which is fascinating him to no end. Oops. And we'll go ahead and close up those corners. Not going to completely close them because it's not necessary to. All right, so we'll just call this one mouth fully closed. What I really want to know is what's the transition from this one to ah? Not good. I think we will use that exclusively only for the and p sound. There's also an extra fluff on his head here that I don't remember making. Oh well. All right. So new shape for Mix. Thank you, baby.
If you
Hello,
become lightheaded
Snoopy.
from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Oh god, I'm being love bombed.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you. I have not saved in a little bit, I don't think. And a posture check. I just sat back down though, so my posture is perfect. And a big stretch. You're just using all of your points now. Snoopy, what are you getting into right now?
Bet I can smash that.
I don't think we need to do this for the n sound, but maybe a partially. Let's set it to 5. Make this a duplicate. This is kind of hoping this is going to be my best lip sync yet, because I've never really gone out of my way to do the extra effects for some of these. All right, move this one back up to the N sound. As we saw before, this is the current N sound, which is not accurate. At the art gallery thing in VR, I'm looking at all the art, slowly studying them. Oh, that's nice. Is Locke's art up? I'm not sure when that was going to be going live. It's not. Okay. That should be soon, though. Next month? All right, let's delete this VISEME because this is not the right one. This is our new VISEME for N. And then for P is nothing. Miss your voice. Aw, I miss your voice too. And we've only got... Oof, no, we've got about an hour and a half left, I believe. Yeah, still gonna be a little bit then. I wish I could join you at the gallery. I haven't gotten to go back there in a hot minute. All right, let's go through and check all of our sounds. So we've got ah, ch, d, duh, I'm gonna have to come back to. Eh, th. Get rid of that old f. That one doesn't make sense. All right. Eh, th, eh. That one doesn't seem quite right. That's supposed to be k. Maybe it's like k, like C or KU. K. N. O. U. P. I feel like we could do a little bit more lip curl with Sil. Just a regular S. The needs the tongue. I think th and duh are roughly the same shape. Okay, we're going to go into pose mode. We're going to turn on th again. And go back into pose mode. And this is where this tongue comes into play. Even though we can't see it a whole lot, it will make a big difference with the lip sync later on. We'll curl the tongue back a little bit. Thank you, baby. Do you have any plans for the night, Snoopy? Would you be interested in doing a game? I was thinking about playing a little bit of Project Playtime tonight. Yes, please. Hell yeah. Go fuck. I'd love to, but I've got to go to bed early tonight. Aw, that's okay. We'll also have Friday that we can play. Because I'm going to be in this poppy mindset until I finally get to play. This chapter is going to be living rent-free in my head for a little while here. All right, this is new th. And then let's go ahead and make a duh. Nude. Clear all of our poses. Stop pose mode. Go back to our mesh. Move these up with our other VISEMES. Okay. And then we can compare the two once again. We have the old duh and the new duh. Kind of like the old one better. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new vertex group for tongue. I'm going to go into edit mode. I'm going to assign the entirety of the tongue to that vertex group. I'm going to grab our new D shape. I'm going to tell it to only affect the tongue. Turn it on. And then make a new shape from the mix with the other D so that we have both. Hold on a second. Why is it not? Does the old one also do something with the tongue? Okay. Easy enough fix. New shape from mix. Remove you, remove you. This is our new duh. The nude. Probably gonna go to bed in 30 minutes to an hour. Honestly, was surprised the new chapter released. Yeah, I was too. I had no idea it was releasing this fucking soon. Like, I only found out this week that it was releasing this week. I'm so excited, though. I fucking love Yarnaby so much. And I'm really glad that we actually get to have Dr. Sawyer be a part of things now. I can't wait to see people get so up in arms about him on Twitter or Blue Sky or wherever. Have you played the new chapter? No, I'm playing the new chapter this weekend. I will be doing it on stream. What are people mad about? Okay. So you know how people got all up in arms with FNAF about how, oh, William Afton is such a bad guy because like he killed kids and everything, but he's justifiable because he only killed them. He didn't do anything else with them. He wasn't a pedophile. He wasn't a bad guy. He wasn't a groomer or anything. He was just a murderer. So he's redeemable, you know? People say that about him? Yeah. There's, oh my god, there's such an unimaginable amount of fucking William apologists. And they will go so aggro if you even so much as hint that he did anything other than just murder the children. Like, he just murdered them. He didn't torture them. He's not a bad guy. He's not that bad. He just murders. Murder's fine. But if he tortured the kids, he is an abomination. And if you like him as a character, you're a pro shipper and you should die. You have to remember I'm on the opposite side of the FNAF fandom. It's more just the theory crafting. He, in fact, did torture children, yes. Over there, it's like, yeah, he's a piece of shit, and we have no clue what this motive was. He only robs children of their future. But he's like a really chill guy, trust. He put one in a gas chamber and only gave them, like, crackers for years. Yeah, so while Scott has done a few things here and there to keep it out of the mainstream radar that William did all these horrible things so that many people can just sit back and be like, yeah, he's not that bad. He's justifiable. We can like him and we aren't going to be accused of being pro-shippers because he didn't really do anything super bad. It was just murder. Nah, they didn't give us that opportunity with Dr. Sawyer. Dr. Sawyer was like, they were committed to him being a villain, and I'm here for it. That's what I want out of a villain character. That story does imply that he likely tortured one of his kids, his own. Yeah. But unless you are going to invest in the full series and read the books and the comics and do the deep dive and find every single secret, hidden fucking mini game or whatever in the games to find any hindrance of a story, you're not going to get that. You're just going to see, oh yeah, he killed kids, I guess. Maybe, question mark. Even that's sort of, we don't know. Nah, Sawyer, they were just straight up with Yarnaby. They're like, yeah, no, he definitely groomed Yarnaby. Like, no question. Not only did he groom Yarnaby, but he did so deliberately to turn him into a weapon that would obey explicitly only him. Like, we learned that before this chapter even came out. And the way he did it was fucking great. He told this poor kid, I forget his name, what he was before he became Yarnaby, but he told this kid, like, hey, I see that you're holding back your potential when you're doing all of these tests for us. I want you to do me a favor and go out there and just go ape shit. Just go mad. Go out there and go crazy. Because I see your potential, and I think that you're special. And so what did he do? He did exactly that, and he ended up, like, fucking tackling down some of the adults and, like, biting the ever-loving shit out of them, and, like, this kid just, like, went absolutely mad and was happy to do it because he was encouraged to by a man who was psychologically trying to manipulate him because he's evil. Like a villain, you know? Like he's supposed to be. Like we're not trying to make excuses. He did this because he's a bad guy. That's the whole definition of a villain. I'm not making excuses for it. I'm not saying it's good that he did it. I'm saying that he is a good villain because he's not given excuses to be like patted on the ass and say, "Oh, he's not that bad. Oh, he's not a bad guy. He only murdered kids." What do you mean he only murdered kids? That's pretty bad. Should I get Chikorita despite it being really bad and I already have a grass starter, but it's my favorite? Or should I get Totodile because I could use a better water Pokemon? If you want to get a better water Pokemon, Magikarp. I'd like to know what his motivation was. Like a confirmed motivation, because that could make him more interesting. Yes! See, that's what I hate about FNAF, is not committing to this character and, like, letting him be a villain. We never get to actually know anything about him. We don't get to have that nice psychological depiction of, like, what was his reasoning. All right, there's our new Like, I really like that we get a lot of Sawyer, like, point blank being fucking wretched. He is unapologetically evil, and he knows his motive. His motive isn't subtle at all. The only thing that we don't know about his motive is what he had to do with Ludwig and Poppy. At some point, there was a death of a child that was found. The body of the child was found in Ludwig's house as what was accused of being a plant, potentially from Sawyer. But we don't know why or how. We don't know what the reason would be for Sawyer to try and frame Ludwig for anything. Dude, in the movies, he clearly manipulated and abused Vanessa. Yeah! We know William Afton is kind of a mad scientist type. He is, but I feel like we've jumped back and forth too much between the, like, he's just a guy who is a sociopath and psychopath on top of it, who has this weird desire to murder and is obsessed with these animatronics and stuff. Like, I love that depiction of him being this, like, not quite Dexter-esque character, but, like, I guess Hannibal would be a similar kind of comparison. That's our new th sound. I wanted to tweak the R sound a little bit. But then we get the ones like in the comic, like the first Silver Eyes, I think was the comic, where he's just like kind of possessed, ? And then also they tell us that like he just wanted to love the kids, which in itself doesn't make much sense because, I mean, murder is a very aggressive way to love someone. If you want to use the movie for a reference for how he may have also been in the game, he's an abusive, manipulative asshole. It feels like he should have a motivation to do all this shit, and yet it's all left to speculation. It's all too specific for it to just be he loves killing kids. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I want to know why he became so obsessed with the animatronics specifically and what it has to do. Like, apparently it has something to do with the Remnant. But, like, we never get to see his interaction with the Remnant. Except for, I think, the final comic of the original 3, or final book of the original 3, where he was talking about how he wants it to become immortal or some shit. That makes sense. A man in this pursuit of immortality and turning his body into a mutilated husk in the process and taking apart every other body that gets in his way, trying to make this discovery of immortality, that's an awesome motive. Let's run with that. The books weren't canon until now, since they added characters like the Mimic. Yeah, and they're also in their own universe, and also in mini-universes of separate mini-universes, and we've gone down, like, the Undertale path at this point. Like, that's why I get kind of frustrated with FNAF. Much as I love it, like, I want an actual, clearly defined story, and I think that's why I've gravitated so much more to Poppy, because Poppy, even though I'm not a fan of Mob Entertainment as a company, at least the artists who are working on this franchise are pouring their heart and soul into it. And there has been consistency. There has been the ability to piece together an actual story. One that is satisfying to piece together, not one that is full of holes that we then have to wait for MatPat to show up and be like, but wait, through a twist of fate, through this one little tiny misspelled word that I found in the back of the index of this chapter of this novel, this all makes sense. William Afton's so weird. He's implied to be sane and not actually really insane, despite the fact that he seems so. I think he's just a character with a goal with no morale, or no moral compass on how to get there. And see, it's also a shame that, like, they won't really let him be expanded upon. They're so afraid of committing to any kind of set in stone anything that they're willing to just let the whole franchise just sit there dormant before they give any kind of information that is just a commitment for the character. Thing about the books being canon is that Scott doesn't seem to know what that means. He doesn't. He also doesn't write the books. So if you know anything about ghostwriters, which is definitely what he's doing, like, they put his name on there because he approved of it. He has a producer's credit, not a writer's credit. His name is on that book just because he owns the IP and that's it. There is no contribution from him on any part of the writing. He may give direction in the sense of saying to the poor person he's hired to write it by saying something like, okay, write me a story about Funtime Freddy and rolls the dice. A little boy whose parents are divorced. That's it. So a few picks for the new movie. It seems like they might actually expand on the home life. Thank God! We know now that a lot of the stuff from the Mimic stories will probably cross over into the games, but unless it's one-to-one with the book story when we get Secret of the Mimic, then we're right back where we started. The books have some aspects that we won't specify that are also in continuity with the games. Yeah. It really is just like a potluck. I'm at a point with FNAF where like I no longer believe that any of it is consistent. There is no overarching story. There is no any of it. Is it fun to think about? Sure. Are the characters cool? Absolutely. But I won't give it the time of day when it comes to continuity. Blatantly obvious that he's intentionally just throwing random shit at the wall and seeing how the fandom attempts to make it stick. Yes. And that's what I've been saying since the fucking beginning. I'm not trying to pull a whole I told you so with people, but it does get annoying to see so many people singing his praises like he is some kind of like what he's been doing is the new Da Vinci Code, you know? Like, nah. He ain't doing shit, guys. Did you forget where the FNAF fucking story came from to begin with? Because most people seem to have. I also do really want to specify, my issue is not at all with FNAF as a whole or what people like about it. or people who are fans of it. It is my issue is with Scott and the people who idolize Scott and give Scott full credit like he is fucking Walt Disney or something. Because those people are blind and they are ignoring facts about this man that are harmful to them to ignore. They're looking at this man through rose-colored glasses. Don't do that. That's how people like Trump come into power. Quite frankly, if it's true now that there was apparently some other inventor that isn't Henry that made things forever ago and made this thing called the Mimic that wasn't relative until like 10 games into the franchise, it's starting to get hard to care about the lore because they're just adding new crap out of nowhere to make it more elaborate. My friend is adamant that it was originally William in his sister location. Then he changed it to add Michael after. Huh. I do like fun theories that explore different options like that. All right, let's double check on all of our VISEMES here. Once again, we've got A, Ch, D, E, F, I, K, N, O, U, P, Sil, S, Th. Looks pretty good. No, wait, maybe it was that Springtrap was going to be Michael. God, I can't remember. Yes, that's what I should be doing, Katsu. We got the tism going. I don't need sleep. I need answers about William Afton. All right, let's start to organize some of these other shape keys now that we have the VISEMES done. Add a new one here. We are going to do VISEMES. Put our up there. I'll just put those at the bottom. Our ch. And our O. And our O wider, even though I'm probably going to delete that one in the end. Wait, where did it go? There it is. Okay. We got all of our shrinking toggles, our body toggles. You know what? These are head toggles. And then we'll make another new category for eyes. Oops. Oh, and we've got an ad coming up here in about a minute. Mouth. Brows. We'll put the brows below the eyes because that makes more sense. Okay. Gonna lay down. All right, Katsu, I really hope that you feel a little better soon. Make sure to get plenty of orange juice and chicken noodle soup. Also doesn't help that Security Breach feels like almost a huge waste of time from a lore perspective. Since Scott, didn't tell Steel Wool that what the lore was supposed to be. Yeah. And that breaks my heart because Security Breach, in my opinion, is the best game in the entire franchise. Not in terms of execution, but just in terms of being a game. And I say that under the same premise that I say a lot of things. Because, personally, I don't see Left 4 Dead as a complete game. The reason for that is because it does put a lot of the story in it. But there's a huge chunk of the story that you don't get until you read the comic that they made. That is vital to understanding the story. Same thing goes for Team Fortress 2. Team Fortress 2 is a great game to play, to kill time and be entertained, but you don't get any story from the game itself, from playing the game. And that's the part where I have an issue. Left 4 Dead is a complete game, it's just not a story game. Yes. Doesn't have to be a story to be a game. Exactly, yes. So that's where I have issue with the FNAF games, because they're games. They're not stories. Not a single one of them is a legitimate story until Sister Location. I would argue maybe the third one could be considered a story, but it's extraordinarily loose. I won't say that the bedroom one, I think that's 4. I won't say that one's a story because, again, you cannot understand what the fuck the story is if you don't know all of the previous lore up to that point. Which is not in any of the games. It's all fucking hidden shit from books and comics and other stuff that we have to pick up elsewhere. And again, little itty bitty drops of hints. Maybe if you're lucky enough. Left 4 Dead comics were pretty good, but TF2 comics break my heart how it took a hiatus on a huge cliffhanger. Yeah. And again, I'm not criticizing them as saying like any of them are bad IPs or anything. They're all fucking fantastic for what they are. Me, as a gamer, I prefer to play a game where if the story of the game is not part of the game, what the fuck am I playing it for? At least Team Fortress 2 makes sense. That's got replayability. Left 4 Dead 2 has replayability. But then you get ones like FNAF, where it's like, it's not even really that fun to play because it's just memorization. It's just look left, look right, click the middle. Look left, look right, click the middle. Listen for an audio clue and hit the right button when you hear the audio cue. It's instructions. It's stereo instructions. Like, man, I'd rather just go do my math homework than that. If that's for you, then good. I'm glad. But it's not even a game to me. Some FNAF games, hold on. Some FNAF games I'd call a complete game, but many of them have a gimmick that's so simple to beat at levels. Once you know how it works, it's like, is it really a game anymore? Exactly. I've heard people talk about how Sister Location is boring as fuck to speedrun because it's basically not a game, it's just a story. Yeah, it's kind of the total opposite, which is a problem. I coomed. Most of the other FNAF games have the opposite problem, where they're fun as a game the first time when it's still sort of suspenseful. Yeah. See, I've played through 1 and 2 within like an hour of each other, not even. And I don't know, I was left really disappointed. I didn't have fun playing it, and I didn't have fun trying to understand the story from it. All right. We need to give you... Let's hide these. I'm not really ready to do the brows. I think I'm going to put this under the eyes, and we will attempt to open them a little bit. And to do this, I'm thinking, let's go ahead and put our cursor in the center of the eyeball. Hmm. This is going to be a little bit tricky. Sounds like you're talking about Final Fantasy 15? Holy shit, how many are there? Context, Final Fantasy 15 had its story spread between 2 books, DLC, a movie, anime, shorts, and for whatever reason, even trailer promotional material. Oh my god. Seen enough people talk about how simple it is to beat the first 4 that I don't think I'll ever play them. Yeah, same. I mean, I beat the first 2 so fast and had so little fun playing them that I just didn't really have any desire to pick up the rest. Really hate that when games require you to read and watch other stuff outside of the game to understand what's going on. That's the killer. That's the thing that I hate. If you're gonna make a game, I shouldn't have to go buy other material to understand what the fuck I just played. If nothing else, I should be able to play this game for what it is and not be concerned over being confused as fuck by the end. Case in point, FNAF Ruin. Because I can tell you one thing, I'm not someone who read the fucking books. So when they came out and they were like, oh, it's the Mimic! Me, a casual, is over here like, okay, what the fuck is the Mimic? This is the first time I have ever heard of this thing. What the hell are you guys going off about? And I'm not irritated because I don't know what it is. I'm irritated because I want to know what it is. And as a fan who has not read the additional material that I at the time had never even really heard of, it's not really on me at that point to have been responsible for not knowing what the fuck was going on. The game itself should have at least provided enough context in-game for me to know what the hell was going on. And it's just goofy to me that they're like, yeah, no, we're just going to expect everyone to know what this is and to be fucking psyched about it. I got to the end of Ruin and I just kind of stepped back from it and was like, that was the end? I don't understand what just happened. Also, at what point did I make friends with Roxanne? Because that was never really touched on. I'm supposed to be sad that this little girl just lost her best friend, I guess. But I just played this entire adventure as the little girl, and at no point did I even interact with Roxy until she dies. Like... Dumb joke. Doofenshmirtz makes an autisminator for some reason. And he gets hit in a scuffle with Barry the Platypus. He gets hit with it and nothing affects him. So he spends the rest of the episode thinking about it and gets studied. Latest Final Fantasy 16, but overall there are 126 Final Fantasy games. Oh my god. Help Wanted games are like the only complete games that I see. They have fun, replayable games. Help Wanted 2 is a bit cryptic, but it's pretty easy to see what the story is from Help Wanted. I actually still need to play those, and those are some that I planned on playing on stream with you guys. Sadly, I have not had much of an opportunity to figure out how to stream VR stuff yet, though. Oh, wow. This is my first time seeing him with his eyes, like, even remotely open. He's been pretty stoned this entire time. I think we could open them just a little bit more on this outer side. All right, let's see how that looks. It's going to look weird with the eyelashes still in place because I haven't moved them. Not too bad. Can't wait to see him blunk. 126 is remakes, remasters, extended universe, alternate universes, and spin-offs. Once we get to that point, I really question, is it even still the same thing? Happened when no one showed up to her birthday besides Roxy. See, I get that, but I had to have that explained to me because it is not explicitly stated in the game. In the game, all we get is a cardboard cutout of Roxy with Cassie during a very intense chase scene with Chica and Mixus, where you have to activate a bunch of nodes and be turning on shit and be chased the whole time, so you really don't get the time to even process it's happening. And then we get a second cardboard cutout of Cassie crying and Gregory showing up and sitting next to her. And from those two, we are supposed to gather that she had a birthday party that she invited her friends to and nobody showed up to, so she ended up spending her whole birthday with Roxy and Gregory, and that was like a core memory for her. Again, could have been done better. Not saying that it's a bad plot. I would have loved to have gotten to know the relationship between Cassie and Roxy. Because I really, really loved having Freddy around. I loved how much time we got to spend with Freddy and get to know him and see what an absolute himbo he is. That's what I was really hoping that we would get with Roxy. Especially because out of all of the Glamrocks, she's the one whose story really fell the most flat in being just like the vain one. I wanted to see her be more than that. I wanted to get to know this character as more than just like mean woman. Something that rubbed me the wrong way about Final Fantasy 15 is somehow they correct bugs in the game for DLC, but these bug fixes didn't carry over to the base game. How? That's wild. Husband, I hear. Yeah, we're talking about the differences between how they gave us Freddy in Security Breach versus how they gave us Roxy in Ruin. Hello? Who are you? All right. And then hopefully our eyelashes will be able to kind of cover the rest of the ridge to make them look even more open. Let's pull that one up a little higher, actually. Is this? I thought so. Your eye socket is flat. Not to hate on Roxy, but I'm still confused why she's even there. Like, we already had a character that was a sort, granted, of fox, but that's close enough to a wolf. And now they're randomly gone. Why? There's still foxy things around, but nothing to really indicate why Roxy exists. Yeah, I also had that issue. I was very upset that we didn't have a Glamrock Foxy. Not that I have any issue with Roxy, I love her as a character. But if we're going to add Roxy, why are we going to also have Foxy exist in this universe? But just not be a part of it, and never really even touch on why. Also, hello, Angel. Or Angelo. Would you mind letting me know which one is correct? I may have asked that before already. You'll have to be mindful. My brain is completely fried. I also have the attention span of a goldfish. It's a little better anyway. And let's remove the eyeballs completely. We are going to try and scooch this up. I'm going to be a little sloppy about it this time. Don't hate Roxy. Roxy? I don't remember how it's spelled. But I don't understand why we have a completely random new character. I guess I could say the same for Monty, but with him, at least seems to be some plot with him involving Bonnie. Honest to God, we have more plot in-game with Monty and Bonnie's situation than any other fucking characters in FNAF. I feel like Monty got more character development than any character has ever gotten in a FNAF game. Fuck Monty, I hate Monty. You do not. I have seen the artwork that you have shared. Thank you, baby. We are going to be wrapping things up here within around the next half hour or so.
If you become lightheaded from
Oh.
thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate. And that's my indicator that it's time to refill my water.
Bet I can smash that.
There we go. I'll be happy if we only get a couple of these little shapes done for the expressions for now, because this really is like the entire foundation. If I can get the mouth to work properly for the VISEMES and the eyes to open and close, I can do just about anything with those. What are you doing? I am currently working on the expressions and the lip syncing of our boy Nep. So right now I'm working on opening his eyelids for a more kind of shocked expression. Normally this is his neutral. And so we are working on getting these eyelashes to line up perfectly for when he has his eyes a little bit more open. We already have the blink done. And the closing of the left and right eye. I don't have any of his brow animations done yet. We have a neutral position for his mouth and jaw. And a closed neutral position for them. We also have a nice big grin. And all of our lip sync stuff. So we've got our ah sound, our f sound, which can also be used for a dead ass face. Ooh. The p sound needed the fully closed mouth. So little bits like this. We're in the final stretch of all of this now, so as soon as these expressions are done, he will be ready to upload. It's just a matter of setting up all of the stuff in Unity to have all of his toggles work in-game. Snoopy's being suffocated. Not gonna lie, I probably could use a good stand-up stretch and dance like that at this point. Honestly, we don't have to have it line up perfectly either. How does that look? Oh, damn. Your eye, like, ate the whole top part of that lash, didn't it?
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Good point. Thank you for the reminder to save. Hello, Mala. It's good to see you once again. You have joined us for our last roughly half hour of stream. Let's try and rotate the eye back down into the lid area, at least. Not that far. I have too many streamers on. Either watch a few or have my computer suffer with tabs and game. I feel that. I've actually got a couple tabs open with some friends streaming right now, too. Reminds me I can close out of a couple of these older tabs. All right. Let's unhide your eyeballs. And now we have our shape key for wide eyes, or at least slightly open. Honestly, this might become his default. Oh, but then I would have to fucking redo the blink. Nah, we're gonna stick with...
We got a boomer!
Ah, wah! Thank you, baby. Don't really have to redo the blink? Would you care to explain, Mew? You can make combined expressions, and then when you set the shape key as base, it makes a new reverted shape key. I see. Actually, it would not be good for me to open his eyes all the way anyway, because with him blinking, his eye does have to go back further into the socket. And if they're that high up in the base position, I'm going to have to bring the lid more forward anyway to try and, once again, keep that illusion that his eyelids are not clipping through his eyes. Besides, I'm not gonna lie, I've gotten really attached to Stoned Nep. I don't know why. I just really like. He's a chill guy. Like, I would smoke a blunt with this dude. You can just apply the eye wide, then turn on the reverted shape key and blink shape key and make a combined shape key for future reference. Thank you, Mew. I very much appreciate you sharing that. Smoke a space blunt. Got that cosmic kush. All right, let's try and get at least one brow in here. Do a slightly raised brow. This is gonna be interesting. Let's not grab it from that close to the inside. Okay. Okay, now we can get it a little bit more from this side. He's going to have a little bit of a Wallace and Gromit effect with the center of his brow here, I think. We can put it in a little bit more of a neutral stance. That's good. I'm going to save that as its own shape key because I think that'll come in handy later. So this will be the flattened brow. Now we'll continue to make this more of a raised eyebrow situation. I think I'm going to try and focus predominantly on the brows themselves and then create a vertex group below the crease of the eye that will prevent anything from moving down there. So I don't have to worry so much about it. Oh my god, I can tell I'm brain dead. That's all it takes. Oh, I shouldn't be trusted with this power. I think we can raise him just a little more for exaggeration's purpose. What's happening? Nothing. I'm just being very stupid with his eyebrows. Wiggle them? Yeah, that's what I was doing. Oh, I feel like we need to make that as an animation for him of just his eyebrows going like. Oh, Mew, you're so eepy. We'll get some rest. Rest your beautiful, beautiful head. Honestly, I might not even change. I like the way the lids move with that. As long as that's not disrupting his blink, it won't be a problem. Oh, fuck yeah. I may need to bring the brow back just a bit further, though, because it does start to move a little too high, I think. Well, no, not really. You know what? I like it. I like a nice and simple one. Just a toggle of looping the eyebrow, raising and lowering. You see how we can get so much more, like, personality out of these faces and whatnot? Actually, now that I see the brows lifting the lid a little more when the eyes are open, that is going to be a problem. So, easy remedy. What I will do is create a new vertex group. I'm going to call this, I don't know, it doesn't need to have a long-lasting name. Eyebrow blocker. Okay. And we're going to ignore our eyeballs here. We are going to take everything from this point below. And grab the rest. Again, doesn't matter how accurate it is for this part. This is just to tell it on the face here, don't affect these areas. Okay, so now I'm going to go to my eyebrow itself. We're going to change the vertex group that it affects to... Oh, wait a minute, hold on. I did the opposite of what I needed to do. All right. So instead of having it select just this, we want it to affect everything except for this. So we'll remove that. And we want to select invert. So it will affect every vert besides the ones that we don't want. So now when we put that onto our eyebrow, eyebrow blocker. Question mark? Oh, poop. It deleted my vertex group when I did that. Eyebrow blocker. Assign. And so now we can put that on here. Okay. Did not work. Why did it not work? Oh. Apologies for that. My mom walked in and said that she was going to bed, so I was wishing her good night. All right. So this should... I'm not sure why it's not working properly, because we did that earlier and it wasn't a problem. Eyebrow blocker. Only affect these, please. Oh, wait. Hold on. That's why. So we are going to select the inverted, and we are going to select this again, and we are going to remove this from the eyebrow blocker. There we go. So now that will not affect our eyes like it did before. My God, why is he such a sweetheart? What is this, like, whose child is this? He went from being, like, a 35-year-old stoner to, like, a 13-year-old boy. All right, that's our only one for that. Let's go ahead and make a new shape from the mix, because we don't want that one if it's going to always be affecting the eyelids. We'll just go ahead and get rid of it. Raised brows. So we have a flattened brow toggle and a raised brow toggle. And we probably have just enough time here to make an angry or a narrowed brow. Actually, let's go ahead and resave that flattened brow with the blocker on. Angry brow. And for this one, I'm just going to try and take this piece I have right here and drag it downwards. Incrementally, probably, would be best. Were your eyebrows always that deep? Huh. I guess they were. Let's maybe push some of the lid down a little more so that that's not happening. What I'm doing here is making sure that the crease of the brow, which you can't see in the Toon shader, but you can see much better in the actual model itself, I'm bringing that crease much tighter to really push that wrinkle in the forehead. Oh man. They're gonna drag my inner weeb out in the last 10 minutes of the fucking stream? I fucking love this song. I think we actually want to take some of this extra skin above the brow, or above the lash line here, and kind of sink it over it. Because for a more masculine look, if you push that brow ridge heavier over the eye, it helps bring out that a little better. And that kind of makes it look like he's got a unibrow. I don't like that. How can we fix it? Really give him those bitch brows. Not the worst. Let's drag this a little bit lower just because we can. Okay. We need to squish this brow just a little bit. Man, now they got all this pumped up music coming on. Where was this hype earlier? Okay. I don't like this wrinkle on the nose that our eyebrow blocker has caused. So what I'll do is go ahead and select everything with our eyebrow blocker. And we're going to add in these verts in here. I'm debating if I like that crease as much on the forehead as it is. I might soften it just a little bit. I'm just trying to make sure that all of these little shapes here are exactly what I want before I leave them off on their own. Damn, I love me some good forehead wrinkles. Where do we see that? Oh, we got our last ads of the night coming up in 1 minute. Once they're over, that will be my signal that it's time for us to call it quits. Normally that would be the end of the entire stream week for us, but not this time. God, he looks rightfully pissed. It's a shame that those wrinkles don't translate as well right now because of the toon shader, but hopefully we'll be able to fix that with Poyomi. And hopefully not accidentally draw out any of the flaws in the process. Now, is it too bad with the eyebrow blocker off? The crease is much sharper with the blocker on, and it'll keep it concise. So, concise or consistent? Those are words that kind of mean a similar thing, so I'm not sure which one. And I'm too brain dead to know. Howe. All right, we'll save this as a new shape because of the brow blocker. Delete the old one. Angry eyebrows. So we have big romp and raised eyebrows. And we can't turn them both on at the same time or else we get this. See, like, something is still a little off with the angry, but that's okay. Now what if we open the eyes a little more and then do the angry eyebrows?
This
Oh.
is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you, Moth. I think we have just enough time that we can make maybe one more for the eyes, because this is a really easy, quick one. And what we're going to do, we're going to take this one and this one. And we are going to go with the individual origins. And we are going to shrink them. So, just like that, we now have a toggle that fast for tiny pupils. Probably won't ever need them to be that small, but... And then we can do the same thing very quickly with pupils larger. So, same concept. We're going to take the eyes and we're going to go huge. Actually, we're going to turn off proportional editing. Dilate the hell out of them. Now, doing this does distort the eye shape and the pupil irises a little bit, but because I was very careful about how I cut them, I can get away with it. So we'll move those on up with our eye shapes and everything. And the reason I do that is so that if I want to do an expression, I will give you guys an example really quick before we end things off here. So let's give him a sort of surprised face. To do that, we're going to open up his eyes. We're going to raise his eyebrows. And we're going to shrink his pupils a little. Now, if I had done anything for the mouth for frowning, we could also do that. But I've turned on all those, and now all I can do is say new shape from mix. Turn off the old ones. And now I have a shape key for surprised eyes. So all at once that can now go off. If I add in a mouth shape at some point, see how much more realistic that is, especially with the eyes or the pupils narrowing like that. So it's getting there. If I don't get him finished over the weekend, which I don't anticipate doing, I'm honestly probably going to take a bit of a break from him. And I probably won't pick him up again until next Thursday. That's not guaranteed. I may still chip away at him on Monday or throughout the week before next Thursday. Because at this point, it's just a matter of even if I just do one shape key a day, that would still add up very quickly. I hate to keep Nep waiting, but I'm really, really excited for how this is going to look in the end. This is going to be by far my best model to date, and I'm very, very excited for it. So that being said, that's a good spot to leave it. We've got our save. Let's migrate on over to our just chatting layout. And it is nighttime once again. Let's go with the icy flowers tonight. It's cold, but there's no snow left on the ground. It's really looking great so far. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'm still very new to this whole realm of art. It's sort of been kind of like my new, I don't know, career path? Well, the song agrees, so. All right. Now, let's go over things for the schedule coming up here. As I've said multiple times, and I will also post in the Discord, we are going to be binging as much of Poppy Playtime Chapter 4 as possible over this weekend. Probably going to be keeping to the same scheduled time frame, so 5 to 11 Eastern. Again, I will include that in the post on the Discord and on the social media accounts. As for next week, we've got another 2D Tuesday. Still going to be working on those emotes for the Amazing Digital Circus characters. We finished up Jax this week, and we will be picking up with either Ragatha or Zubul next week, and then after them will be Kane. And that'll be the wrap on all of them. But still going to be a little while for that. I've saved the hardest characters for last. Wednesday, depending on how much we get done for Poppy, we are going to be picking back up with Bendy and the Dark Revival. And if we do still have Poppy to play, then we're going to do a half and half stream. If not, it might still be a half and half stream depending on if any of the others are around and want to do a collab, like Pilgrim or Lethal Company or anything of that sort. We may even try and do a little bit of Project Playtime because I'm gonna be in the mindset for it. I guarantee it. The only problem with that is Project Playtime is still unfortunately not been patched, so trying to create private lobbies is virtually impossible. So we'll just see how it goes with that, if that does end up being the case. And then Thursday, again, we will be working on NEP, and you might even get to see us do some Unity work, depending on if I'm able to get that to be set up for the stream. The problem with Unity is that you can't stream just one window. It won't count the entirety of Unity as one window. Unity is broken apart into individual windows, each of which will count as their own viewing window for OBS. So it'll be a little bit tricky to try and have that set up so you can see all of it, and I'm going to play with that as we get closer. Because I do want to share with you guys the information that I know about Unity. I know a little bit less about Unity than I do in Blender, but some of it's going to be kind of new as we play around with Boyomi, and I'm excited to do that with you guys. Alrighty. Now, some of you guys came from Frosty Fiend, and I think I'm going to go ahead and throw you on over back to them. They are finishing up with beating Subnautica. They've already been at it for 3 hours. I don't know how far in they are or how much longer they'll be going, but I'll be checking in to say hi and see how they go as we eat, or as I eat my dinner. Let's get that raid going. Tennis time, let's go! So if you're not familiar with Frosty, Frosty Fiend is a VTuber just like I am. They're a variety streamer. They also make artwork, predominantly stream their Blender work when working on avatars and whatnot. But they do a bunch of different art, and they are fucking phenomenal with what they do. And I'm trying to set up a raid message here, but Twitch is glitching out on me. Hold on. Okay, so Twitch is being a butt. There is our raid message for those of you who choose to copy and paste it. If you do not want to, totally fine. I do request that anytime I do a raid, you guys do everything in your power to bring something positive to the other streamer. Carry the energy that we had here back over to them. I think that just about wraps it up for us, so I'm going to throw you guys on out of here. I love you all very much. Have a wonderful weekend. I look forward to seeing those of you who will be joining me. Goodbye.